Chapter 831. Fiendish Shadow's First Appearance. Chapter 831. Fiendish Shadow's First Appearance. If I were you, I wouldn't do this kind of foolish thing, to go provoke Brother Yi. Kingstone was just about to make a move when a voice sounded out behind him. Turning around to take a look, it was Xing Jun. Kingstone's face fell, and he said, "Xing Jun, what do you mean by that? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you look down on Brother Yi because he's boundless realm, you'll suffer a huge loss." Xing Jun said coolly. "Humph. Boundless realm is boundless realm. Can he still overturn the heavens?" Yi Yuan's strength, if not personally witnessed, it was very hard for the average person to imagine. Yi Yuan's performance that day already made Xing Jun utterly convinced. In his eyes, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be treated as an equal with them young lords. No need to say no more rubbish either. How Brother Ye's strength is like, you'll naturally know after entering the boneyard. Right now, it's still best to not stir up trouble. Wait until you enter the boneyard, you'll naturally know Brother Ye's painstaking efforts. Making you guys all join in was also something that couldn't be helped, Xing Jun said. Kingstone shot a fierce glare at Xing Jun and said with a cold snort, "Humph. This score, we'll settle it again later." Finished talking, Kingstone turned right around and left. Many thanks to Brother Xing for helping out. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, Brother Yi is too kind. With Brother Ye's strength, Kingstone can't do anything to you at all. I just don't wish for unnecessary issues to crop up before entering the boneyard. That's why I made an unnecessary move," Xing Jun responded with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. "Brother Yi, the 7 great holy lands have already gathered together. What should we do now? Right now is still daytime, that boneyard has already disappeared. How do we enter?" Hua Shujie came up to ask as well. Yi Yuan said, "Let everybody gather around first." After a round of calling, 100 over people gathered around. Yi Yuan fished out several GLAs, SBALLs from inside his storage ring and threw them into the air, casually firing out several attacks and directly shattering the GLAs, SBALLs. Milky white powder scattered down, as if it was snowing, enveloping these 100 over people inside. Wei Cheng's expression changed and he said, "Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing?" As he was talking, he was going to avoid these powder. The other people's reactions were the same as him, all afraid of Yi Yuan being up to some mischief. Whoever wants to deal with the zombies by themselves, just directly go out. I won't stop. One sentence made everyone freeze. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and said coolly, "This thing is called agarwood powder. It has extremely strong corrosive effects against zombies and is also something that zombies are very fearful of. Covering on the body, zombies will automatically avoid you guys. It's actually agarwood powder. Heard that this thing is extremely hard to refine. Didn't expect that Crimson Afterglow actually has this kind of excellent stuff. I also heard before that zombies below Tier 5 will melt upon contact. It can be said to be a jinx of zombies. I even heard that there are higher grades of agarwood powder that even corpse venerables, corpse emperors are extremely fearful of. Great. This time, entering the boneyard, we finally have an additional layer of protection. These were all elder CLAs martial artists. Their knowledge and experiences were all very extensive. Some people were immediately overjoyed when they heard that it was agarwood powder. In order to enter this boneyard, Yi Yuan also made ample preparations these few days. Agarwood powder was one of them. The zombies inside were too many. If killing one by one, it was also not possible to kill finish when one killed until they were completely drained. In order to save essence energy, one naturally had to avoid these zombies. Apart from this, Yi Yuan naturally also refined a large batch of a useful medicinal pill. With the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land as support, Yi Yuan naturally had assurance in refining these things as well. Before long, the agarwood powder landed, blanketing a layer on everyone's bodies. Regarding this trick of Yi Yuan's, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful. Finished doing this, Yi Yuan flew into the air. Overlooking this stretch of flatland, his gaze revealed a ruminating look. Purposely pretending to be mysterious. If the boneyard can be found during the day, was there still a need to wait until the corpse tide erupted before discovering it? Wei Qing said scornfully. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly had several additional small flags appear in his hands. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus in an instant, Yi Yuan fired out all of the small flags in his hands, inserting in various positions. Just as everyone was feeling baffled, a several dozen feet wide hole suddenly appeared in the ground, linking straight underground. How was this done? Could it be that there is still a grand array here? But I didn't detect it at all. A phaseless realm elder exclaimed in shock. Brother Yi, how did you do it? I even thought that we have to wait until nighttime and have a huge battle with the zombies again. Xing Jun said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I already detected it on that day. There seems to be an ancient grand array here. Its power is extremely strong. This boneyard should have existed all along. It's just that because it was concealed by the ancient grand array, that's why it became a flatland. If my conjectures are right, this ancient grand array should have loosened up somewhat, that's why it resulted in the evil Yin-Chi escaping, and zombies running rampant. And the boneyard will also appear when the Yin-Chi is at the peak at night. Xing Jun was taken aback from shock. They were killing the zombies together with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually perceived so many things and thought of ways to crack it. This Yi Yuan was truly remarkable. He was actually even well versed in array formations. This skill of Yi Yuan's evidently opened up a hole in the grand array, linking straight to the boneyard. Brother Yi truly has excellent measures. This Xing is ashamed of his inferiority, Xing Jun praised from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Xing is too kind. This grand array concealing the boneyard should only be an outer ring array formation. Through countless years of depletion, the power is already far from before. Otherwise, with this bit of strength, I can't crack it either. Yi Yuan said it simply. Actually, opening up a hole in this grand array was not what the average person could accomplish. This grand array was extremely profound and fitted together perfectly with the surrounding environment. It was extremely hard to be detected. If Yi Yuan did not study the array formation's 3 volumes, he might really not have the ability to crack it. Yi Yuan already detected the grand array on that day. After returning, he prepared several array flags for the sake of today's array cracking use. The matter brooks no delay. Take the chance that the time of the day is still early, let's enter the boneyard earlier. Daytime's yang qi is extremely flurries. Hi plus ing. Even if zombies hide underground, their strengths are greatly weakened too. It's precisely the opportune moment for us to infiltrate. Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have any objections and entered the boneyard from the entrance of the hole. After everybody disappeared, 2 figures appeared from goodness knows where, and stood at the entrance of the hole. The 2 people were covered up in black clothes all over their bodies. Their faces could not be seen clearly at all. These guys really have no idea of death or danger, to actually dare enter the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, one of them said. Them entering the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array is just nice having a little more blood to offer up as a sacrifice to the Lord Fiend G. O.D. Another half a month's time, and we should be able to borrow the power of the corpse tide to thoroughly crack the grand array. The other person said, I didn't think that this white valiant region actually still had such a capable person. That crimson afterglow boy isn't simple. That boy is indeed quite peculiar. But doesn't matter, he's going to die soon, either way. Chapter 832, Wind Lair. Chapter 832, Wind Lair. The party followed the long corridor, walking deep underground. Waves of wind howled over in the corridor. That bone-piercing feeling was practically on the verge of freezing everyone. This place was akin to an underground city. Not far away from where everyone was, there were even quite a number of zombies moving about aimlessly. The entire scene appeared incomparably horrifying. But these zombies were clearly very fearful of this group of people, all avoiding them like the plague. This lol, no wonder it would cause such a large-scale corpse tide. If it keeps blowing like this, I feel like I'm going to be turned into a zombie. In the dark, no idea who was the one who cursed either. All thanks to young Lord Yez Agarwood Powder. These zombies seeing us is like they saw ghosts, avoiding us immediately. Otherwise, who knows how many bitter fights we'd have to experience going underground. Pooh! You're the ghost. Your whole family members are all ghost. Do you know how to talk or not? Although the spectacle was quite harrowing, these martial artists all loosened up a little when they saw that it was not too dangerous either. They even cracked jokes. The jesting dialogue incurred a wave of loud laughters too. Young Lord, apart from zombies in this place, it's still zombies. Where do we start? Wu Siyuan suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan said, here are all low-level zombies. The source must be in deeper areas. We just have to care about walking towards the depths. We'll definitely be able to discover a little something. But before this, we have to find a wind lair first to let Elder Sister Kai Yu absorb extreme Qi. Elder Sister Kai Yu, you're very sensitive towards perceiving extreme Qi and should be able to find a wind lair, right? Kai Yu was currently trembling all over. She was clearly not very used to the gloomy and cold environment here. Her heavenly terminal meridian physique loves places with strong yang qi the most. She was very sensitive to this kind of gloomy and cold places. It was precisely because so that this kind of physique did not dare to come into contact with the boneyard, this sort of land of extreme yin. Yet, Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. Not only did he bring Kai Yu in, he even wanted to make her absorb the extreme yin qi. Kai Yu nodded her head when she heard that. Pointing to a pause, Sageway, she said, carry on walking another 10 miles or so in that direction, there should be a wind lair. All right then, we'll walk in that direction, Yi Yuan said. The chilly air on this elder sister's body is so heavy, you're actually still using extreme yin qi to treat it. Yi Yuan, are you helping her or harming her? This elder sister, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land, has a high-rank alchemy venerable powerhouse. He's definitely much stronger compared to this brat. As long as elder sister is willing, younger brother is willing to invite him to take action and help treat elder sister, said Wei Qing, who suddenly moved closer to Kai Yu. Wei Qing did not know what illness Kai Yu had and was also unaware of Kai Yu's Black Widow T. But he indeed had his breath taken away by Kai Yu's looks and seductiveness. Even though Kai Yu's age was slightly older, she emitted the lingering charm of a mature woman from head to toe. Forget about Wei Qing, a young lad briming with vigor and vitality, even those phaseless realm elders, each and every one of them was also unable to hide their covetous eyes. In this boneyard, Kai Yu's body was incomparably frail. How could she still emit seductiveness like normally? But her condition at present could stir up men's desire to protect even more. Hearing Wei Cheng's words, Kai Yu forced a smile and said, "Thank you for young Lord Wei's good intentions. But this lowly one's illness, I'm afraid only young Lord Yi can treat it. Even that alchemy venerable of yours is bound to be at a loss on what to do as well." Wei Cheng's face turned black, his face unwittingly somewhat burning. In the White Valiant region, a high-rank alchemy venerable was absolutely a pinnacle existence already. He fully thought that by pulling out an alchemy venerable, he could definitely make Kai Yu throw herself into his arms. who knew that Kai Yu actually made him unable to get down the stage in front of so many people. Wei Qing did not know Kai Yu's identity. How would he know that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company did not lack alchemy venerable experts at all? If an alchemy venerable could treat her heavenly terminal meridian physique, she would have been cured long ago. Kai Yu suddenly gave a muddled groan, her soft body toppling down into Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported her. Softness in his embrace, an extremely alluring fragrance tunneled into Yi Yuan's nostrils. This woman was truly phenomenal. Even if she was wan and sallow until like this, it was also a tremendous temptation to men. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Young Master Yi, this lowly one is so cold and can't walk anymore. Hold me tightly in your arms, all right? Kai Yu said quiveringly in Yi Yuan's embrace. She really could not walk anymore and did not have the slightest intention of acting spoiled. But this scene was ambiguous to the extreme the way others saw it. Especially Wei Qing. His eyes nearly popped out. This woman must be Yi Yuan's exclusive slice of meat. This brat. Based on what? Wei Qing hated immensely in his heart. With Wei Qing's ident. 1. Tai and status, whatever kind of woman he wanted, they could be obtained easily. But reaching Yi Yuan here, it just did not work. He even brought out a high-rank alchemy venerable, but Kai Yu did not even pay attention to him. Yi Yuan saw that Kai Yu's conscience was already somewhat fuzzy, muttering non-stop in his embrace. He heaved a slight sigh right away and lifted Kai Yu up. Yi Yuan clearly sensed many odd meaningful looks, but he could not be bothered to explain, walking over in the direction Kai Yu pointed. A very pure man and woman relations. Hi+P, but it was completely not the case in other people's eyes. This kind of EXY femme fatale being embraced in Yi Yuan's embrace, how could others not be envious? Walking a few miles, the majority of the people were no longer able to go deeper. The so-called wind lair was like the mouth of a spring, continuously sending out extreme qi. It was a place where qi was the heaviest. Ordinary martial artists could not withstand this kind of chilly qi at all. Extreme qi entering the body would cause irreversible damage to the body. There is an open ground there. You guys go there and wait first. I'll bring Kai Yu in. Yi Yuan said to everyone. Wu Xiyuan's expression changed, and he said, Young lord, this wind lair's extreme qi is too heavy. Even I can't quite withstand it. You go in like this, nothing will happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile, just some extreme qi, no harm. Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Kai Yu and walked towards the wind lair. His profile gradually vanished. Hi+ing in everyone's line of sight. Yi Yuan's true dragon body and the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art were both extreme yang and indomitable cultivation method and physique in this world. Though the extreme qi in here was strong, it really could not do anything to him. Really know how to pretend. This young lord doesn't believe that you'll be completely fine entering this wind lair. Best if you never come out again. Wei Qing secretly cursed in his heart. Wei Cheng's entire person was almost frozen stiff. The qi here was already on the verge of reaching his limit. Separating from the team, Yi Yuan's speed was released fully. The distance of several miles was covered very quickly. This place was an enormous cavern. The extreme qi on the ground was practically materialized, forming a vortex as if it was a black hole. The extreme qi continuously scoured Yi Yuan's body, but was directly shaken off by him. Kai Yu already thoroughly fainted at this time, and was completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme qi. Yi Yuan sighed slightly, put her on the ground and summoned Black Wind. Black Wind, you help to guard me. I'll help her absorb the extreme qi. Yi Yuan instructed. Chapter 833. Corpse Venerable. Chapter 833. Corpse Venerable. Yi Yuan laid Kai Yu flat on the ground. He casually pulled out 100 over-Earth essence crystals and started to swiftly set them up around Caillou. The array formation he set up was similar to a spirit-gathering formation. But this time, it was used to gather extreme yin qi. The speed Yi Yuan set up the array formation was very quick. It was done in a short while. Once the array formation was complete, it started to operate automatically. Titanic amounts of extreme yin qi swarmed towards the array formation with a howl. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he furrowed his brows. Caillou already lost consciousness and is completely unable to take the initiative to absorb the extreme yin qi. At this rate, it will bring only harm and no benefits to her body. Forget it. When doing someone a favor, go all the way. Let me lend you another helping hand. Yi Yuan jumped lightly, entering inside the array formation. He helped Caillou sit up. A surge of essence energy enveloped her, letting her sit steady. Then 4 palms came face to face. Huff huff. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy, absorbing all of the extreme yin qi gathered by the array formation into his own body, then sing it into Caillou's body from his palm. Just like this, the extreme yin qi his Caillou's body mulat more and more, while her body became increasingly colder too. In the end, her body actually did not even have a trace of vitality anymore. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still poured extreme yin qi into her body. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Caillou rather excitedly. He distinctly detected it just now. A hint of yang qi was born in Caillou's body. Caillou's brows were slightly knitted, moaning slightly. She actually survived from a state of impending death. Gradually, the yang qi within Caillou's body became increasingly vigorous. When she gradually opened both eyes, she could not help being startled inwardly. Yi Yuan actually used his own body to pass the extreme yin qi onto her. This would cause tremendous harm to Yi Yuan. Calm your spirit and focus your mind. Continue absorbing the extreme yin qi. If there's anything to say it later. You're tantamount to have already died once. The heavenly yin terminal meridian physique is already broken. In the future, not only will it not ask for your life, it will even make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. This extreme yin qi is highly beneficial to your cultivation. Absorb it in full force. Seeing Caillou wake up, Yi Yuan directly retracted his palms and instructed her. Caillou's heart jolted. After nodding slightly, she started absorbing extreme yin qi with all her strength too. Yi Yuan got up and left the array formation. The moment he landed, he actually staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. Black Wind jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Master, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. The extreme yin qi here is indeed impressive. Even my body constant Tushin couldn't quite suppress it. The friend inside, you've already peeped for so long, do you plan to keep on peeping like this?" Blackwind went blank. He actually did not discover that there were still others here. A shadow revealed his figure from behind the Yin grotto. It was a middle-aged person dressed in black robes. Looking from the exterior, this middle-aged man was no different from ordinary people. But a faint green light emitted from his eyes, appearing rather demonic. "Looks like we seem to have interrupted your peaceful cultivation. Sorry about that," Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "You absorbed so much extreme yin qi and actually didn't die." The middle-aged man's voice was very sounding very dry, making people very uncomfortable. "Just some extreme yin qi, it won't take my life yet. But I didn't expect that this Yin grotto is actually a corpse venerable's grotto. This one was anxious in saving people, and was rather presumptuous," Yi Yuan said coolly. This middle-aged man was actually a Tier 8 corpse venerable. Seems like apart from the eyes, he was already not much different from normal people. This Yin grotto was a highly dangerous place for human martial artists, but to corpse venerables, it was a superb cultivation site. Not even a single zombie was seen in the vicinity here. Clearly, they did not dare to approach this place, because here was the grotto of this middle-aged man before their eyes. Of course, if this corpse venerable were not wary of Blackwind, he would probably have made a move long ago to deal with Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man sized Yi Yuan up for a while and opened his mouth to say, "I've seen you before. You're very formidable." "Oh? Looks like you were present on that day too. Didn't expect that you can actually remember me." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Us zombies are very sensitive towards smell. Even though a layer of agarwood powder is covered on your body, the original scent can't be hidden from me," the corpse venerable said. This agarwood powder was useful against low-level zombies, but to corpse venerable this kind of rank, it basically only existed in name. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fine then, there's no need for us to catch up. But I'm quite curious, the few of you corpse venerables have clearly been here for a very long time already and have never interfered with the affairs of human martial artists. But why did you have to control those low-level zombies to attack humans this time?" The middle-aged man mused for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "Nothing to do with us. However, I can't tell you the reason why." "Alright, then I'll change the question. Inside this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, just what kind of existence is sealed? If my conjectures are right, this corpse-tide probably can't be unrelated with him, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The middle-aged man had a deadpan face and was completely expressionless, but at this time, he was clearly unbelievably shocked by Yi Yuan's guess. In reality, Yi Yuan had seen through the actual situation about this grand array on that day. The reason why he dragged the 7 great holy lands all into the water was in order to find more helpers to deal with the situation. Yi Yuan researched very extensively into array formations. This unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was a very famous grand array in the ancient era. Moreover, it was a Tier 10 grand array that only deity realm powerhouses could lay down. An existence that this kind of array formation sealed was bound to not be something ordinary. On that day, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand arrays loosening up, and he also sensed the incredibly dangerous aura coming from inside the boneyard. Once this sort of thing broke out, those who would suffer would probably not just be the White Valiant region. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would summon so many people down. The goal was in order to stop this thing from breaking free. "You actually recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Looks like you're even harder to deal with than I imagined. But even if you know, it's useless too. I urge you to best return to the surface as soon as possible and make haste to leave this area," the corpse venerable said in shock. Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said, "Who asked me to be a goody two-shoes? This sort of thing, if I didn't run into it, then forget it. Since it let me, Yi Yuan, run into it, then I can't let him escape. If the matter can't be done, it won't be late for me to discuss it again at length." Yi Yuan did not have much sentiments towards the White Valiant region, but to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, he still had some feelings. This sort of feeling was very similar to when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect back then. Letting him watch the people here be plunged into misery and suffering passively, he could not do it. Withdrawing out of the White Valiant region was just a final action that could not be helped. A large Holy Land's roots were deeply rooted. How could wanting to migrate be something easy? Boom. Right then, Caillou erupted with a powerful aura in the array formation, and she was actually going to break through on the spot. "Looks like my friend has just about to recover. It was all thanks to your grotto though. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll gift you a lucky chance," Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 834, Pig-like Teammates. Chapter 834, Pig-like Teammates. Yi Yuan circulated essence energy. With a convulsion, he actually expelled out all of the extreme yin qi within his body. That corpse venerable's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect it to actually be so easy for Yi Yuan to deal with this extreme yin qi. Gifting me a lucky chance? You, this young man, are truly a bit too impudent, the corpse venerable said. Yi Yuan was merely boundless realm cultivation, but said that he wanted to gift a tier 8 corpse venerable a lucky chance. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened. Yi Yuan just smiled and actually fished out a large number of earth essence crystals again, and started to reinforce the array formation from before. Before long, inside this grotto was already completely covered by the array formation. You actually completely blocked the outflow of the extreme yin qi inside this yin grotto, raising the concentration of extreme yin qi within this grotto by several times. The corpse venerable said in shock. This array formation actually directly blocked off the outflow of yin qi through Yi Yuan's reinforcement, gathering all of the extreme yin qi within this cavern. If the corpse venerable cultivated here, it could be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if he had a corpse face, his expression at this time was fascinating to the extreme too. Just some meager tricks. Just take it as giving a plum in return for a peach. This array formation can roughly maintain for 1 year plus. In this period of time, you just cultivate well, Yi Yuan said coolly. Originally, the array formation Yi Yuan set up was just a temporary array formation and would dissipate very quickly. But after going through the reinforcement, not only did the power of this array formation obtain a tremendous increase, the duration lengthened a lot too. This way, the value of this yin grotto would be much greater. The corpse venerable cultivating in here would absolutely yield twice the results with half the effort. Just this 1 year plus was also sufficient to let his cultivation shake off those of the same species by a great margin. At this time, Kai Yu's breakthrough had also already drawn to an end. Originally, Kai Yu was peak 3rd level phaseless. Borrowing this yin qi force, she actually surged right through the 4th level phaseless bottleneck, breaking through to the middle stage phaseless realm. This was absolutely an enormous leap to Kai Yu. This hurdle, if Kai Yu cultivated normally, without 10 years or 8 years, it was very hard to break through. But now, in just a short period, she crossed a small stage. For the first time in her life, Kai Yu felt that her heavenly yin terminal meridian physique was so wonderful. She came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed formally as she said, "Young Lord Yi, this lowly one's life will be yours in the future. Toiling like a slave is all up to a word of your instructions." Ever since triggering the heavenly yin terminal meridian physique, the fear of death was like a bone-festering maggot, plaguing her every day. Now, she finally utterly eliminated this sort of torture. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister is so beautiful, if you toil like a slave for me, how many men under the heaven will hunt me down?" Kai Yu was just like a young maiden at this time. Hearing these words, she actually blushed red and said, "Young lord, don't make fun of this lowly one." "Not making fun for you. You didn't see when I carried you in, what kind of expressions the rest looked at me with," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Kai Yu said with a face full of grievances, "So what? Young lord won't even look this lowly one in the eye. This lowly one knows that she is already unchaste and isn't good enough for young lord. But if young lord needs someone to wait upon you, you just have to say a word will do." The current Kai Yu could be said to be filled with amorous feelings. Her mindset was already completely different from when she just knew Yi Yuan. These words were not teasing words, but words from the bottom of her heart. It was just that the current Yi Yuan did not have much of a leisurely and carefree mood. "Elder sister don't need to treat me like a stranger. It's late, we'd best hurry back," Yi Yuan said. This boneyard was full of dangers. Leaving for a long time, Yi Yuan was worried about the rest too. That corpse venerable sent Yi Yuan away with his eyes but did not say much, directly entering inside the array formation and started to cultivate. Returning to the place everyone was resting, Yi Yuan sensed that the atmosphere was not quite right. Looking over, there were actually quite a few people missing. When Wu Xiuan saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly went up to greet, and said with a displeased look, "Young lord, that Wei Qing simply doesn't know what's good for him." He got impatient from waiting, and actually brought people from Sky Mist and another holy land away, and they headed towards the depths. He even said that young lord was deliberately mystifying things, delaying everybody's journey because of a woman. Wu Xiuan had a face full of indignation. Clearly, he had a stomach full of pent-up anger from arguing with Wei Qing just now. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly, and he asked, "Where have they headed?" Wu Xiuan pointed in a direction and said, "Over there have two fork roads." Wei Qing brought people and entered the corridor on the left. Yi Yuan followed Wu Xiuan's direction and looked over, and he could not help being speechless for a while. Ever since he entered the boneyard, he had always been advancing following the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing Grand Array. But the direction Wei Qing walked in just happened to be opposite from the Grand Array. What they would run into, Yi Yuan did not dare to guarantee either. After all, this boneyard was very bizarre. Any danger appearing was very normal. Really not afraid of G.O.D-like opponents, only scared of pig-like teammates. Right then, Xing Jun suddenly came forward and said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, Wei Qing brought away quite a number of people. I also urged bitterly for a long time, but he wouldn't listen. In this kind of place, it's best for our strength to not scatter. In my opinion, let's go after them?" Yi Yuan mused for a moment and felt that what Xing Jun said was reasonable too. He nodded his head and said, "Fine then. Everyone hasten your footsteps, we'll catch up as quickly as possible." The group of people followed Wei Qing's footprints, gradually entering deep inside. "Young lord, along the way, the zombies seemed to be getting lesser and lesser. Along the way, the surrounding zombies got lesser and lesser. By now, there were barely any zombies in the corridor." Yi Yuan discovered this sort of strange situation too and said solemnly, "Looks like there should be some powerful existence ahead. Even these zombies are also quite wary. Otherwise, it's not possible for these zombies' numbers to get smaller and smaller." Xing Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that Wei Qing they all might run into danger at any time?" Yi Yuan nodded his head but did not say much. Now that it came to this, any more complaints were also of no help to the situation. He instructed everyone to quicken their pace and continued to chase over towards the depth. Barely traveling for a period of time, everyone discovered that the surrounding was already completely void of the figures of zombies. The entire corridor was empty and desolate inside, dead silent, making people feel rather uneasy instead. Right as they were walking, someone suddenly cried out, "Quickly look, there seem to be people there." In front, there was indeed a person collapsed on the ground. Everyone walked closer to take a look. That person was wearing precisely the attire of the Sky Mist Holy Land on his. It was a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. Yi Yuan still had some impression of this person, but he was already a dead man at this time. Yi Yuan went forward to investigate a little. This person was already deader than dead. There were injuries all over his body, his death state very wretched, virtually dismembered by someone with a flurry of blades. There was no longer an intact spot on his body. Xing Jun's expression changed when he saw the situation and said, "Could it be that there are still others underground here? Looking at the wounds on his body, it should have been caused by blades and swords. Those zombies shouldn't know how to use blades and swords, right?" Chapter 835. Furious Scolding. Chapter 835. Furious scolding. On the way, they discovered quite a number of dead bodies. They were all dismembered by attacks from blades and then died. It was definitely done by people, not zombies. Without a doubt, Wei Cheng's group of people ran into danger. "Everybody be on guard," Yi Yuan instructed. Wei Cheng brought away 3 Holy Lands martial artists. Their strength was not weak. But there were still so many people killed. Clearly, the danger they ran into was also not ordinary. Everyone did not dare to disregard it when they heard that, becoming attentively and kept a sharp lookout. Brother Yi, there seemed to be people fighting in the place ahead. Could it be Wei Qing they all? Xing Jun suddenly said. Yi Yuan heard the fighting sounds ahead too. Nodding his head, he said, very likely. Let's hurry over. The group of people hastened their footsteps and walked over following the fighting sound. Not traveling very far, they indeed saw the profiles of Wei Qing they all. They were currently immersed in an arduous battle. And what they were fighting was actually a large group of skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were all holding production-style long sabers in their hands and were actually like an army. These skeleton soldiers' strength was very formidable. There was no shortage of some with Tier 8 strength among them. Furthermore, their numbers were massive, and they already surrounded Wei Qing they all at this time. These 3 Holy Lands losses were tragic. If Yi Yuan they all still had not reached in time, they would probably be completely wiped out. Go! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, issuing the order immediately. Dozens of martial artists rushed forward and got tangled up in a battle with those skeleton soldiers. Wei Qing was covered in blood all over at this time. He still sustained quite a few blades on his body. Even though he was holding a low-grade holy artifact in his hand, these skeletons' defense was seriously too formidable. Although he killed quite a few skeletons, there were still even more skeletons surrounding over. He already killed until his hands were weak. Could it be? I'm going to die here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have acted on my own. If I were to follow Yi Yuan, this sort of situation probably wouldn't happen, right? Wei Qing already lost all hope in his heart. He was unbelievably remorseful in his heart right now. Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's ability in all aspects was more than a great deal stronger than him. The leader of this group of people was undoubtedly Yi Yuan being the most suited. But when he saw Yi Yuan being in the limelight everywhere, he could not feel good in his heart no matter what. Hence, he incited the other 2 Holy Lands to leave the main force together. He didn't think that the more they walked, the lesser the zombies got. In the end, many of this kind of skeleton soldiers actually dashed out all at once, surrounding them in all directions. They could not escape even if they wanted to flee. Although very unwilling to submit to Yi Yuan, in the final moment of his life, he actually deemed that Yi Yuan would be able to deal with this sort of situation. Bang! A skeleton soldier in front of Wei Qing was actually directly smashed into dust. Bang! 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 Very soon, the skeleton soldiers around him all fell down one by one. Wei Qing's originally dead and ash-gray eyes radiated splendor anew. A figure akin to a descended God let him saw hope anew. But when he saw that figure clearly, he could not help revealing a shocked expression. Why Yi Yuan? He actually came to rescue me. At this moment, Wei Qing felt incredible irony. He made things difficult for Yi Yuan in all aspects, and even went off with other 3 Holy Lands martial artists. But at the final juncture, the one who rescued him was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not take notice of him, and rushed to other areas immediately. With this exchange of blows, Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too. These skeletons completely did not defend at all. They only went on the offensive blindly. The strength of their skeleton frames was actually even tougher than high-grade profound artifacts. Those Tier 8 skeletons, their bodies were even comparable to low-grade holy artifacts. It was difficult for ordinary blades and swords to cause damage to them at all. Low-grade holy artifacts were very scarce to rank 9 Holy Lands. Among these martial artists present, only the 7 Holy Lands young lords and a small number of phaseless realm elders had low-grade holy artifacts. They could not cause any tangible harm to the skeletons at all. The strength of Wei Qing's group of people was not weak. It was no wonder that they would fall into a bitter battle. Black Wind, come out! Yi Yuan roared. Black Wind came out a roar. Roar! Black Wind gave a roar and directly trampled a skeleton with a foot. Black Wind already reached the brink of transforming into a dragon. The power of his fleshy body was already not much different compared to a true dragon. It was actually even more powerful than these skeletons. Black Wind, you go and deal with those tier 8 skeletons, Yi Yuan ordered. Yes. Black Wind received the order and charged towards the skeleton group like a war chariot, falling into battle with those tier 8 skeletons. Black Wind was well worthy of possessing true dragon bloodline. His combat strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. His enormous claws were even comparable to holy artifact. Under a single claw strike, even those tier 8 skeletons were smashed. Among all of the martial artists, the only one who could keep up with Blackwind's speed of killing the enemy was Yi Yuan. Those tier 7 skeletons completely could not take a single blow under Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan once broke Nalan Hong's sword with one punch. It could be seen how powerful his fleshy body was. Furthermore, Yi Yuan integrated the primeval dragon bone into his arm and underwent refinement daily. His fist was the most powerful place in his entire body, just like a GLA's cutter's diamond. Even if the bones of these skeletons were any stronger, it was also not possible to be stronger than the primeval dragon bone. With the addition of these two people, a change happened to the battle situation very quickly. The skeleton soldiers around the 3 Holy Lands martial artists were swept away clean very quickly. Being SNATC head from the jaws of death, the 3 Holy Lands martial artists erupted with a huge cheer. But at present, the 3 Holy Lands martial artists' casualties were already more than half. It could be said to be heavy losses. Bang! Just as everyone was cheering, a figure flew out all of a sudden as a maze. Plusing heavily onto the walls of the cavern. Xing Jun pointed at Wei Qing and roared in an uncontrollable rage. So many martial artists died because you were jealous of those more able than you. Are you happy now? The surroundings quieted down all at once. The cheers died down too, only hearing Xing Jun's furious scolding. You, this fool, think yourself to be infallible. As the young lord, you put your own subordinates in a dangerous situation. What is your intention? You take a look at them yourself. Because of that laughable pride of yours, they almost died because of you. And Kingstone also died because of you. If you can get out, how do you plan on giving an account to the Sky Mist Holy Land? This boneyard is so dangerous and yet, you treat it like child's play. Really seeking death. Not far away, Kingstone's corpse was shockingly there. He was actually hacked to death by a flurry of blades by the skeleton soldiers already. The Sky Mist Holy Land's young lord actually died pitifully here. Wei Qing swept a glance over, only to see each and every one of the 3 Holy Lands martial artists covered in wounds, their faces seemingly haggard. And all of this was all thanks to him. Wei Qing discovered that the 3 Holy Lands martial artists were all looking at him with fierce glares. Especially the Sky Mist Holy Lands martial artists, who wished that they could immediately come up and kill him. Even the Cloud Watchtower Holy Lands martial artists were disappointed to the extreme in Wei Qing. After this accident, they finally knew Yi Yuan's importance. The situation that they were unable to cope with by going all out, Yi Yuan resolved it the moment he came. These skeletons were so powerful, but could not even withstand a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This was a total disparity in strength. I'm sorry, Wei Qing choked. Chapter 836. Terrifying Existence. Chapter 836. Terrifying Existence. Sorry? Heh. Can an apology revives your subordinates? Can an apology treat the wounds on their bodies? You're really an idiot beyond redemption. Xing Jun's putting up with Wei Qing already reached the limit. This time, he finally exploded. And this time, Wei Qing finally shed remorseful tears. Alright, don't scold him anymore. Better pluck your spirits up, it's not over yet. We seem to have provoked an extraordinary fellow this time. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a grim expression. Everyone's faces changed, all not quite certain what it meant. All of the skeletons were clearly finished off. What danger would there be still? Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking over at the entrance of the Paas sageway. The moment everyone saw, they could not help being greatly alarmed inwardly. An additional skeleton was there since goodness knows when. Just one. That skeleton did not say a word. It just sat at the cave entrance silently. Under its hand, it was pressing on a long saber. Master, you need to be careful. His strength is unfathomable. Blackwind is probably completely not his match either. Blackwind suddenly spoke. Blackwind's words gave everyone a huge shock. He was a great Circle Tier 8 dragon race, but he actually admitted himself that he was not this skeleton's match. Then wouldn't this skeleton's strength have to reach Tier 9? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said to everyone, "Everybody, retreat out of this cavern. Turn around, hurry up." Xing Jun's expression changed and he said, "Brother Yi, relax, I'll catch up," Yi Yuan said coolly. Xing Jun's gaze showed a complicated expression and he said, "Take care, Brother Yi. Let's go." Dozens of martial artists withdrew out of this cavern very quickly under Xing Jun's lead. In the empty cave, there was only Yi Yuan, Blackwind, and that skeleton opposite left. On you, there is the aura of the vast heaven steel. That skeleton's mouth rattled and actually opened its mouth to talk. The moment it started talking, it startled Yi Yuan. The vast heaven steel was absorbed by him into his body. Ordinary people could not detect it at all. But the skeleton actually laid bare the truth with a single comment. Looks like this skeleton, not making a move the entire time, was probably because of the vast heaven steel. Otherwise, if he swung a saber down, most likely no one could withstand it. Senior recognizes the vast heaven steel? Yi Yuan did not deny it but answered with a question instead. Of course I know it. The vast heaven steel's former owner was one of the leaders of the human race. The skeleton said slowly. Former owner? Could Senior be talking about Senior Fang Tian? Yi Yuan said curiously. But the skeleton shook its head and said, Fang Tian? Looks like the vast heaven steel has already changed quite a few generations of owners. No idea how long I've slumbered here either. But since you obtained the vast heaven steel, looks like the time for the divine realm's great calamity has arrived again. Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Looks like this skeleton's era before his death was even further back than he imagined. Furthermore, hearing the meaning in the skeleton's words, seemed like it was all ominous foreboding once the vast heaven steel came into being. Recalling Fang Tian's experiences that Long Ting mentioned before, seemed like it was really the case. That whatever heavenly fiend G.O.D. sounded like a very powerful existence when one heard it. If not for Fang Tian, most likely, the divine realm situation right now would definitely not be like this. Now that 50,000 years had passed, could it be another round of samsara again? But Long Ting did not elaborate in detail regarding that earth-shattering great battle 50,000 years ago, and did not disclose more things. The specific circumstances Yi Yuan did not know either. Except, undercurrents seemed to be flowing in the divine realm presently. Could it be related to the great calamity the skeleton talked about? Senior, just what kind of great calamity will the divine realm encounter? Is it possible that it's related to some extent with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array? According to what Junior knows, this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was also an extremely formidable array formation in the ancient era. Just what kind of an existence is this boneyard suppressing? Yi Yuan was filled with doubts. Since you recognize this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, why did you still bring so many people inside? At present, the grand array has already loosened. That thing will accelerate the breaking of the seal after obtaining so much blood feed, the skeleton said. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that. He briefly recounted the events that happened in this period of time. The skeleton kept silent after hearing it. He only opened his mouth after some time and said, "You went through the trouble. It's just that your strength is too poor. Coming in makes no difference too. Just now, if not for sensing the vast heaven steel, you guys would already all be dead men." The skeleton's words were very calm, as though talking about something that was not worth mentioning. Blackwind, this great circle of Tier 8, he thought nothing of him at all. Yi Yuan did not doubt this skeleton's words in the slightest. This person was surely a peerless powerhouse during his lifetime. Even if he was only left with a skeleton now, the feeling that he gave him was also incredibly dangerous. Except, being looked down upon by a skeleton, Yi Yuan was helpless too. Even though Yi Yuan was already going all out to increase his strength, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Facing this kind of ancient CLA's powerhouse, even if countless tens of thousands of years had elapsed, he was not a match. Bring them away. This fiend G. O. D is going to come into being very soon. You all can't stop him. What are those deity realm powerhouses all doing to actually let you guys, these babies, come to die? The skeleton said unhappily. Yi Yuan was speechless again when he heard that and said with a sigh, "Senior, the divine realm's divine Tao has already dwindled to zero for over 100,000 years. Ever since then, there are no longer divine realm powerhouses." What? Divine Tao dwindled to zero? Hearing this news, the skeleton finally lost composure. Only after a long time did the skeleton sigh and said, "I'm only a remnant soul now, completely unable to feel heavenly Tao. Could it be that the divine realm has entered an age of declining laws? Forget it, I'm already dead for G. O. D knows how many years and can't bother with matters after my death either. I can only give a last bit of meager strength." Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. Between the lines of this skeleton's words, it all revealed the might of the fiend G. O. D. This place was suppressing. Once an existence like this broke out, who knew what kind of a catastrophe the divine realm would have to suffer? "Senior, isn't there any way at all?" Yi Yuan said unresignedly. Back then, the one who sealed the fiend G. O. D. with this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was the vast heaven steel's owner. He was one of the leaders of the human race, and even he was incapable of killing this fiend G. O. D. You can imagine his power. Even though you acquired the vast heaven steel, your strength is too weak and don't have the ability to deal with the fiend G. O. D. at all. Furthermore, you said that somebody is intentionally weakening the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Most likely, he'll be able to break out before long, the skeleton said. How powerful the vast heaven steel's owner the skeleton talked about was, Yi Yuan had no way of imagining. But he was certain that as the leader of the human race at that time, the vast heaven steel's owner's strength was definitely formidable to the extreme. Even he had no way of killing the fiend G. O. D. It could be seen how powerful this fellow was. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "According to what Senior said, this fiend G. O. D. has already been sealed for several tens of thousands of years. Likely, his strength at present is just a mere fraction already. If talking about killing the fiend G. O. D. wouldn't now be the best opportunity?" The skeleton was silent for a while and said, "Junior, you're very responsible. But there's no way that you're his match. You have the vast heaven steel on hand, best to cultivate as quickly as possible. That way, perhaps there's still a gleam of chance to kill the fiend G. O. D. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, "Junior wants to give it a go." Chapter 837. All Facets of Life. Chapter 837. All Facets of Life rumble. All of a sudden, the whole world started trembling. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This tremor clearly came from the direction of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Has it begun? Looks like I've reached the time to leave as well. Junior, future matters will be entrusted to you. On you, I saw the shadow of the vast heaven steel's owner. Be careful. The skeleton said this sentence, then turned right around and left. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly dark, and he turned around and left too. Seeing Yi Yuan come out safely, everyone heaved a big sigh in relief too. Brother Yi, it's really great that you're fine. No idea what happened underground to actually make even the earth tremble. Furthermore, these zombies are actually flooding towards underground like tidewater, Xing Jun said rather worriedly. Yi Yuan's expression was grave as he said, a fiend God is suppressed underground here, whose strength is overwhelming. These zombies were probably created by people with the intent of salting the Grand Array. Now, this Grand Array suffered a tremendous impact. The fiend God is going to break free very soon. Fiend God. In this world, could there really be the existence of the fiend race? And no way, right? To proclaim to be a fiend God, wouldn't that be a deity realm-like existence? Are you kidding? Once an existence like that breaks out, who in this divine realm can be his match? We'd better hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan's words caused a huge panic among the 7 Holy Lands martial artists. Many martial artists already could not contain themselves, wanting to leave this boneyard. Deity realm, this was a realm that made all martial artists yearn for. It was also a realm that all martial artists feared. Facing deity realm powerhouses, not everybody had this kind of courage. To martial artists in an age of declining laws, deity realm was equivalent to invincibility. Everybody, this fiend God was sealed for several tens of thousands of years by the Grand Array. His loss of strength is immense, and it's precisely a fine opportunity for us to slay him. Once the fiend God breaks free, when he recovers his strength, the divine realm will surely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. I ask for everyone to lend this Yi a helping hand and eliminate this fiend. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Wei Cheng's 2 legs were trembling. Suddenly, he snapped, Yi Yuan, you had known that there is the fiend God existing underground here long ago. Once it broke out, your Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will be the first to bear the brunt, so you want to drag us, the other 6 families, all into the water, isn't that so? Ha ha, you even feigned blee appearance, saying that it's for the consideration of the 7 Holy Lands. You, this fellow, are a hypocrite posing as a person of high morals. Hearing that the fiend God was about to break free soon, Wei Cheng was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Under this sort of circumstances, he habitually pushed all of the blame to Yi Yuan. It was just that his words indeed aggravated the fear in everyone's hearts even more. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat unfriendly. It was only due to Black Wind being present that they maintained a final restraint. Under this kind of hopeless situation, it could reflect people's hearts most of all. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, with your view of things, you can only see a tiny little white valiant region. Once the fiend God breaks out, who in the entire divine realm can resist his footsteps? Everyone's faces changed, all feeling a sense of pressure coming from head-on. The fiend God coming into being, the divine realm would surely be turbulent, and the one to be the first to bear the brunt was the white valiant region. Everybody, don't listen to him quibble. You aren't going to say now that you came underground for the sake of the human race's righteousness, right? I don't care either way, I'm leaving. That is a fiend God. Which one of you wants to seek death? Just go yourself. Finished talking, he brought the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's remaining martial artists and left straight away. Hua Shujia had a look of struggle and also came in front of Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, the fiend God cannot be fought. Presumably, an existence like him won't take fancy on puny little rank 9 Holy Lands like us too. Farewell. Finished talking, he turned around and said to the Fire Feather Holy Land martial artists, "Let's go." Yi Yuan did not stop Hua Shujie's departure, but said to Xing Jun, "Brother Xing, you?" Xing Jun had a look of dilemma too and countered with a question instead. "Brother Yi, even if the fiend D's strength is depleted to the limit by the Grand Array, he's likely not what we can rival as well. I wonder how much confidence Brother Yi has?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Not much confidence." Xing Jun was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being so resolute, he more or less had some confidence. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan was completely messing around. "Brother Yi, isn't it courting death like this? Is it worth it?" Xing Jun asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no worth it or not worth it, only willing or unwilling. Yi Yuan want to do it, so I'll go do it. It's that simple." Xing Jun was stupefied again. If Yi Yuan talked about some great principle with him, he would definitely turn around and go. But Yi Yuan's words made his heart jolt. Real men only seek a clear conscience when doing things. Who cares about his reputation before and after his death? "Fine. Brother Yi, I, Xing Jun, will accompany you to go crazy today." Xing Jun turned around again and said to the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's martial artists, "Though I'm the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land's young lord, today's matter, I won't force you guys. Whoever is willing to stay behind, I, Xing Jun, welcome cordially. Whoever is willing to go, I absolutely won't bar the way either." Actually, Yi Yuan did not harbor any hope towards these people, but did not expect that Xing Jun actually really chose to remain behind. Yi Yuan had this attitude towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land too. In the end, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land martial artists actually all chose to stay behind. But the other 3 Holy Lands, only a few people stayed behind. The number of people that remained behind in the end was merely 20 over people. Among them, over half was even the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists. But this figure already far surpassed Yi Yuan's expectations. With Xing Jun's lead, a phaseless realm elder even stayed behind for the Soaring Rainbow Holy Land. "Elder Sister Kaiyu, aren't you going too? You had a hard time before managing to cure your heavenly terminal meridian physique. If you encounter any mishap here, wouldn't it be Yi Yuan's fault?" From start to end, Kaiyu stood behind Yi Yuan, did not say a word, and did not move before either. Only when she heard Yi Yuan ask did Kaiyu smile and said, "This lowly one said before, in the future, this life is yours. Moreover, honestly speaking, the current young Lord Yi is really mesmerizing this lowly one to death." Kaiyu's eyes were full of admiration. Her gaze looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at her lover. Yi Yuan said with a mocking smile, "Your life is your own, nothing to do with me. It's really very dangerous this time. I don't have any assurance at all. Elder sister better leave." Kaiyu just smiled but did not have the intention of moving. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only not urge any more. Rumble. The tremors underground became even fiercer. In the underground passageway, wisps of fiendish black qi actually started spreading all over the place. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he said, "Such powerful fiendish qi. Truly well deserving of being a fiend God. Being sealed for so many years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing Grand Array, he can actually still erupt with such powerful fiendish qi. Looks like the fiend God is going to break free very soon. Let's hurry up and go." The fiend God had not broken free yet and already dispersed such powerful fiendish qi. This made everyone involuntarily become even more worried in their hearts. Chapter 838. Setting up Formation. Chapter 838. Setting up Formation SWOS. H plus SWOS. H plus SWOS. H plus several dozen figures scurried out from the passageway Yi Yuan set up. Pooh! Pretending to be a human race hero for what? It's fine if you go seek death yourself. You even want to drag us to be scapegoats. Are heroes so easy to be? Fizz. Hi plus ing for fame and praise. Wei Cheng spat at the entrance. He said these words very loudly and did not avoid everyone's eyes and ears. The moment the words came out, everyone shot over contemptuous looks. If not for Yi Yuan, you'd have already died several times over. You still have the capability to make sarcastic remarks here? Being shameless to your level is also considered a kind of realm, Hua Shujie said with a cold smile. Even though he did not have the courage to face the fiend Ji Od, he still admired Yi Yuan's choice greatly. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had indeed saved everyone a number of times. This was an indisputable fact. Hua Shujie, don't talk like you're very lofty. Didn't you run too? What right do you have to comment on me? Also, you guys. Each and every one of you looking at me with this sort of expression for what? If you have the capabilities, go down yourselves. Wei Cheng roared. Under repeated blows, Wei Cheng's psyche already utterly lost balance. But his words were still very incisive. No matter what reason, running was running. These martial artists all turned their faces away, revealing looks of embarrassment. People all had this kind of mentality, feeling that if the sky fell down, there would be tall guys propping it up. The fiend Ji Od coming into being should be those divine king powerhouses coming out to face the enemy. What responsibility and duty did they have to face this kind of danger? Those like Yi Yuan were undoubtedly moths flying into the fire that kind. They would even be ridiculed by people such as Wei Cheng. Wow, very lively. Didn't you guys go in? Why did you come out so quickly? You're making it very hard for me like this. Suddenly, a spooky voice sounded out, making everyone jump in fright. Two people clad entirely in black clothes suddenly appeared. They actually did not discover at all before this. Hua Shujie said with a slightly somber expression, "Who are you people? Making a show of force here. Don't you know that the fiend Ji Od is about to come into being at once?" The two black-clothed people exchanged a glance, and could not help laughing weirdly. One of them said with a big laugh, "Fiend Ji Od coming into being? Of course we know. Because this fiend Ji Od is freed by us." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. No wonder Yi Yuan said that someone had ulterior motives. Turns out that he really hit the mark. Ji, although your strength is a little lousy, as Lord Fiend Ji Od's blood feed, it's barely adequate. Originally, you guys sending yourselves in saved us some trouble. Now we can only personally take action and send you in. The other person said with a weird laugh. Who the hell are you people? Why do you want to do this sort of thing that betrays the human race? Hua Shujie interrogated. Well, you can call us holy followers. All right, surrender without resistance. One of them said coolly. When Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the depths underground, they were struck dumbfounded by the scene before their eyes. Beneath the ground was an enormous cavern. At this time, inside the entire cavern was filled with fiendish qi. East, south, west, north, and central, all 5 positions had 5 sacrificial altars constructed by no idea who. At this moment, those zombies were all walking over towards the area surrounded by the sacrificial altars without heed for their lives. They were directly refined into a cloud of blood mist, then directly absorbed by the sacrificial altar in the middle. Brother Yi, why are these zombies all charging inside without any heed for their lives? Xingjun was greatly shocked. These zombies were originally refined artificially. They are all controlled by people, Yi Yuan said calmly. What? These zombies are all refined artificially? How many lives does this have to slaughter? Could it be that those super holy lands all don't care? Xingjun was utterly shocked by it. The number of zombies underground here was probably more than 100 million. To refine so many zombies, wouldn't it have to kill this many people? Just what kind of faction could do it to such a degree? Martial artists under Tier 6 don't count for anything in the divine realm. As long as it's done a little covertly, gathering this sum was not something hard. I'm just curious, just what kind of force can accomplish this unbeknown to G. O, DS and ghosts, Yi Yuan said with a grim expression. From the Medicine King Hall's destruction to various sorts of bizarre incidents happening in the divine realm, then to this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array presently, the divine realm that was calm on the surface was likely already surging with undercurrents long ago. It was just that this faction concealed too deeply. Everyone had yet to become aware of its existence. Then we're just going to watch them go offer up a sacrifice passively? Xing Jun said unresignedly. With these many zombies they could not kill all. After people died, evil qi would coalesce. And this area of extreme Yin land was filled with powerful extreme Yin qi. These zombies could fuse these two kinds of qi into evil Yin qi. The corrosive nature of evil Yin qi was extremely strong. Using it to corrode array formations was most suitable. Even though the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array was an ancient top-tier grand array, along with the Pa-S Sing of Time, its power was already greatly discounted. Adding in the erosion of these evil Yin qi, under the simultaneous attack from the fiend G. O.D. within and outside, the grand array was already teetering on the verge of collapse. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It's already too late. Unless there are still deity realm powerhouses in this world, there will be no way to reinforce this unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Otherwise, even if we finish these zombies, it's of no help to the matter too. The fiend G.O.D. coming into being is an unstoppable trend." Xing Jun sucked in a breath deeply, and could not help becoming worried about the divine realm situation in the future. In the divine realm, regarding the descriptions of the fiend race, it merely existed in legends. Only in some ancient records would it occasionally mention the fiend race. This stretch of boundless and limitless continent had always been under the rule of the human race and demon race. Legend has it that in the desolate era, the human race and the fiend race once fought an earth-shaking great war. Originally thought that these were merely just legends, didn't think that they were actually true. If it's in accordance with how ancient records narrate it, the human race and fiend race are still mortal enemies. Most likely, the human race is really going to plunge into misery and suffering. Xing Jun said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The fiend race is not just a legend. They have always existed in the divine realm. It's just that they were not known to people. 50,000 years ago, there was a fellow who proclaimed to be a heavenly fiend G.O.D. that came roaring into existence. Unfortunately, he ran into a genius martial artist from the human race and was beaten until he fled with heavy injuries." Xing Jun was taken aback from shock. Only now did he know that the divine realm actually still had such secret. It was just that with Yi Yuan's age, how did he know this kind of secrets? This Yi Yuan really made people unable to fathom. "Brother Yi, then are we just going to stare blankly right now? Are we going to wait the fiend G.O.D. to come into being?" Xing Jun said. "How can that be? You rest and rehabilitate here for a moment, I'll go set up the formation." Yi Yuan leaped and started bustling about inside this cave. Before long, a large-scale array formation gradually had an elementary form. When Xing Jun saw the elementary form of this array formation, his expression could not help changing slightly, and he asked Wu Xiyuan, "Elder Wu, could this array formation that Brother Yi is laying down be the Crimson Afterglow's undisclosed secret? How can a mere Tier 6 array formation be so complex?" Chapter 839. Azura Confounding Formation's True Power. Chapter 839. Azura Confounding Formation's True Power. Wu Xiyuan shook his head blankly and said, "I've never seen this Tier 6 array formation before. But this array formation gives my heart a feeling of palpitations." Jun shared the same feeling and said, "Indeed. Although I'm a major realm higher than him, I feel that if I enter this array formation, I'll probably never come out again. I truly didn't expect that Brother Yi actually had such high attainments in the Tao of array formations." This array formation that Yi Yuan laid down was precisely his pinnacle work in the formations path at present, the Azura confounding formation. Along with the increase in cultivation, Yi Yuan could already fully set up this array formation. Back then, when he was still at the Sea Transformation Realm, he blocked the entire Purple Mansion Sect's attack by relying on this array formation, playing the Purple Mansion Sect's late-stage Soul Sea experts in the palm of his hand. Now Yi Yuan was already G.O.D. knows how many times stronger than back then. The array formation set up naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. This array formation was also his greatly killing tool in the formation's path. What Yi Yuan set up back then was merely the greater confounding formation, which was not equipped with the functions of a killing formation. But now, Yi Yuan was already able to integrate the killing formation inside and could unleash this array formation to the limits. As for whether or not it could stop the fiend G.O.D., that was unknown. Following the Pa-S sing of time, the fiendish qi in the cave became increasingly vigorous. That horrifying pressure made everyone have a feeling of wanting to escape. On that sacrificial altar in the middle, fiendish qi erupted like a volcano, causing the entire cave to tremble. Right then, Yi Yuan finally finished setting the formation. He was HIT with exhaustion at this time too. This array formation being set up till the end, he expended tremendous physical strength and mental strength too. He consumed several medicinal pills on the spot and started recovering his strength. Rumble. An enormous tremor reverberated throughout the entire cave. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly and said with a solemn expression, "It's coming." Everyone's expression became fearful, looking at that sacrificial altar in the center without shifting their eyes. Countless black gas spouted out, finally condensing to form a fiendish black shadow. Ha ha! How many tens of thousands of years has it been? This seat finally broke free. And humans, be prepared to receive this seat's wrath. Yi? There are still some small fries here. Didn't expect that right after coming out, there are people taking the initiative to deliver themselves to the doorstep to become this seat's blood feed. The black shadow emitted a low and deep voice, akin to waves of fled thunder. The black shadow actually allowed no explanation, heading straight for Yi Yuan's direction in a surprise attack. Boom! A ball of black gas directly smashed onto everyone's bodies, SMAs. In Yi Yuan's group of people into a cloud of blood mist. Ha ha! I absorb. And the fiend G.O.D. was just planning to absorb the Ma.S of blood mist when he suddenly discovered something amiss. Looks like I underestimated this bunch of trash, to actually let this seat fall for an illusionary array imperceptibly. Playing hide and seek? This seat's mood today is excellent. I'll accompany you all to play. The fiend G.O.D. surveyed the surroundings and started to find the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest. In the array formation, everyone had a lingering fear. Jun was somewhat shuddering in retrospect as he said, "Brother Yi, all thanks to your array formation. Otherwise, we'd probably be killed by this fiend G.O.D. in one exchange." Yi Yuan said with a grim expression, "Truly didn't expect that this fiend G.O.D. can still preserve such strength after being trapped for several tens of thousands of years by the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. Just how powerful was he at his peak period?" Although everyone avoided the fiend G.O.D.'s attack just now by relying on the Azura confounding formation, the might of the fiend G.O.D. was still deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Jun said. "In a while, everybody listen to my arrangement. I'll manipulate the array formation and continuously expend that fiend G.O.D's strength, understood? Yi Yuan carried out arrangements for each person. Borrowing the truth and deception of the array formation could bring to play their strength to the limits. Boom! The fiend G.O.D demolished an illusion with an attack again. Chi! An attack came out from the void, rumbling straight for the fiend G.O.D. But the fiend G.O.D just lightly waved and directly wiped out that attack. Not having a physical body is indeed very troublesome. Looks like I still have to seize possession of a human's body first. That D.A.M. N Taoist absolute heaven, he actually used the vast heaven steel to destroy my physical body. The fiend G.O.D said slowly. The surroundings continuously had Yi Yuan and company's attacks transmitting over. But these attacks could not cause any threat to the fiend G.O.D. He obliterated these attacks with a wave of his hand. Regardless whether was it Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists' attacks or Phaseless Realm martial artists' attack. Surging floodwaters. After a concentrated series of attacks, a peerlessly powerful attack pierced right through the void, landing heavily on the fiend G.O.D's main body. Arg! The fiend G.O.D gave a miserable cry, his body flying out backward. After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Yi Yuan's plan finally succeeded. Excellent! I even thought that this guy is invincible. Turns out he will sustain injuries too. It's still Lord Black Flood Dragon's attack that's powerful. This move, even I'm scared when I see it. The fiend G.O.D suffering this attack, he will be heavily wounded if not dead, right? Young Lord Ye's array formation is indeed miraculous, to actually be able to let attacks shuttle through the void and directly attack the fiend G.O.D's main body. The crowd of martial artists was all incredibly excited to see Blackwind's attack succeed. But Yi Yuan said with a grave expression, "It's still early. If the fiend G.O.D is so easy to deal with, it wouldn't be a fiend G.O.D. With the strength of a major ancient power, it could only suppress him here too. How can he be so easy to take care of?" Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a series of intense quaking sounds echoed. The Grand Array was actually shaking. Little Traz, congratulations. You've successfully infuriated this seat. Even the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing Grand Array couldn't trap this seat. Just a lousy illusionary array. I want to see how many times it can withstand this seat's attacks. The fiend G.O.D's voice transmitted into each person's ears, startling everybody. Bang, bang, bang. The fiend G.O.D went seemingly insane, bombarding the Grand Array nonstop. And the Azura confounding formation started trembling violently under his attacks too. Not good. If we let him carry on attacking like this, the Grand Array will be breached sooner or later, Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a troublesome opponent. Even the Azura confounding formation could not trap him. Luckily, this fiend G.O.D's strength was already very debilitated from being sealed for too long a time. Or else, he could probably destroy the Azura confounding formation with a wave of his hand. What to do, Brother Yi? Once the Grand Array is breached, we'll be without any barriers at all. This fiend G.O.D is truly formidable. We are probably not his match. Through a round of probing, these martial artists had long seen the fiend G.O.D's might already. Facing the fiend G.O.D head-on, they felt rather fearful just thinking about it. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "The Azura confounding formation probably can't be preserved anymore. Since that's the case, I'll let him witness the truly formidable aspect of the Azura confounding formation." Yi Yuan sent everyone out of the array formation and mustered up all of the essence energy in his body to deploy the array formation. All of a sudden, the entire Grand Array started flash. HI plus ing. Above the firmament, countless sword lights actually condensed. What? The fiend G. O. D stopped his attacks, incomparably shocked as he looked at the sword lights in the air. Chapter 840. Battling the Fiend G. O. D. Chapter 840. Battling the Fiend G. O. D. Within the void, there were countless virtual sword images suspended. This was the fifth stage supreme true intent Yi Yuan displayed by merging his sword intent into the Azura confounding formation and borrowing the power of the Grand Array. This Azura confounding formation, after Yi Yuan improved it, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the original version. Sharp swords hung high above, even someone as powerful as the Fiend G. O. D turned pale with fright too. Azura confounding formation, myriad sword piercing the heart. Kill! Yi Yuan roared, countless long swords streaked through countless streams of flowing light in the Grand Array, Rus. H.I. plus-ing towards the all-powerful Fiend G. O. D. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan himself did not have such boundless essence energy, but the Grand Array did. In an instant, the Azura confounding formation extracted the essence energy within all of the earth essence crystals dry. The power could be imagined. The place the Fiend G. O. D stood at was immediately blasted to residue by countless streaks of sword light, stirring up clouds of dust. So powerful. Just a Tier 6 Grand Array, this power is also too terrifying, right? Xing Jun muttered. This scene was too shocking, resulting in him not thinking whether or not the Fiend G. O. D was finished off right away, but astonishment at the might of the Grand Array. Young Lord Yi is mighty. Such a terrifying attack, there's no way that Fiend G. O. D can survive, right? Ha ha, what bulls. H.I. plus T Fiend G. O. D, I think it's nothing more than this. Wasn't he still finished off all at once? After the shock, the martial artists were all incredibly excited. Originally thought that doomsday was arriving, didn't expect that this Fiend G. O. D was merely nothing more than this. Whose H. plus Yi Yuan's figure slowly landed in front of everyone, saying with a serious expression, "Everybody be on guard. The Fiend G. O. D isn't so easy to be disposed of. Without the Grand Array's protection, we're going to have a direct confrontation with him." Everyone's excited expressions could not help choking up. Even such a terrifying attack could not kill the Fiend G. O. D? This? No way, right? Whoosh. Bang. There was a blur before everyone's eyes. They had yet to recover to their senses when a dark shadow already arrived in front. A streak of black light smacked directly onto a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist's body. He immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was still half dubious about Yi Yuan's words, and the Fiend G. O. D actually attacked again. Without the Grand Array's S. H.I. plus Elding, a martial artist instantly died on Yi Yuan's side. Everyone turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. The Fiend G. O. D did not have the intention of following up either. He just greedily absorbed that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The Fiend G. O. D's aura was actually getting strong. Without a doubt, that attack earlier proved effective. The Fiend G. O. D's aura was weakened substantially compared to before. But at this time, he was actually in the midst of gradually recovering. This fellow can actually absorb the essence and blood of martial artists to recover strength. Everybody be careful, Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. If it was like this, Yi Yuan's side absolutely must not have casualties appear again. Or else the Fiend G. O. D would grow stronger with battle. Is this guy a monster? Fully withstood such a terrifying attack, and he's actually completely fine. Somebody said in despair. The current Fiend G. O. D was a S of dark shadow. Only 2 ALLs were left in his entire body that could be seen. But at this moment the fiend G.O.D.'s pair of eyes looked towards Yi Yuan and opened his mouth to say, a little interesting. A measly little tier 6 martial artist can actually injure this seat. However, even Taoist absolute heaven couldn't kill this seat. With just the likes of you, this brat, what can you do to me? All obediently become this seat's blood feed. This is your honor. Yi Yuan's expression was grim as he said, Phaseless Realm Martial Artists, assist Blackwind to launch attacks. Heaven Enlightenment Realm Martial Artists support with coordinated actions by the side. This guy's speed is peculiar, be careful. Everyone slowly nodded, their faces all had unspeakable solemnness. The might of the fiend G.O.D. far exceeded their imaginations. One had to know this was still the state after the fiend G.O.D. was sealed for countless years. Heh, looks like you still won't give up hope. Forget it, this seat will fulfill your wishes. The fiend G.O.D. gave a weird laugh and vanished with a whoosh. Be careful. Yi Yuan suddenly pushed a palm out, plussing away a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist. A black shadow dashed right through the place he stood at. Being pushed aside by Yi Yuan, that martial artist finally recovered his senses and involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Many thanks, young Lord Yi. That martial artist was even kind of stuttering when talking. Just now was really a very close shave. If not for Yi Yuan making a move, his outcome would already be the same as that person from before. Origin magnetic field? Couldn't tell that your tricks are really plentiful, said the fiend G.O.D., slightly surprised. Just now, it was clearly going to succeed in a moment. At the crucial juncture, it was like someone dragged him a little, making his figure drop down abruptly, stagnating that tiny bit. That was how that martial artist barely avoided his attack. First was the Azura confounding formation, then the origin magnetic field. The fiend G.O.D. actually suffered 2 hidden losses in a row at the hands of a puny little tier 6 martial artist. This made him rather surprised. It's actually an origin magnetic field. Hearing the fiend G.O.D.'s words, everyone could not help looking at Yi Yuan in shock. This crimson afterglow young lord's methods were truly inexhaustible. With boundless realm cultivation, he could actually dance around with an existence like the fiend G.O.D. truly remarkable. If not for Yi Yuan, probably in a single exchange, they all would be completely wiped out by the fiend G.O.D. Lord Fiend G.O.D.'s methods are quite a few too. Being suppressed for so countless tens of thousands of years, your strength is actually still so powerful. Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh, looks like you still have quite a bit of understanding about this seat. That's right. If this seat is at my peak, a little finger can pinch you all, this bunch of trash, to death. How could I tolerate you, this brat, to be KY in front of this seat? A hero won't mention past glories. Lord Fiend G.O.D. is not a person of this era in the first place, better to sleep eternally in this place. Yi Yuan's face fell, killing intent overflowing instantly. The fiend G.O.D. was slightly stunned when he saw the situation and immediately burst into laughter and said, Ha ha ha, since this seat came out, then it's the time of arrival for the doomsday of your human race. You, a measly little tier 6 martial artist, actually wants to kill this seat. An utter joke. Don't you know that this seat has an undying body? Little lord, I don't believe that there's really any undying body in this world. Today I want to give it a try and see. Blackwind, I'll coordinate with you with the origin magnetic field, go. Yes, master. Under Yi Yuan's command, Blackwind's body suddenly expanded several times, waving his claws as he attacked towards the fiend G.O.D. The fiend G.O.D. was just about to evade when a bizarre force field appeared once again, delaying his figure that tiny bit. Boom! Blackwind's palm force spat, immediately slamming together with the fiend G.O.D. The two people each retreated several steps. Everybody attack, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were roused, each wielding a weapon and going forward. Yi Yuan interfered with the fiend Ji. D's traces from time to time with the origin magnetic field, resulting in him being attacked in front and from the rear. For a moment, Yi Yuan's side actually firmly took the upper hand, especially Blackwind's attacks that were full of power. Even someone as powerful as the fiend Ji. D was beaten until he screamed in pain too. It, you trash, taking advantage of when this seat is at the weakest to sneak attack. What capability does that count as? Howled the fiend Ji. D. Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light. Chapter 841, Blinding Saber Light. After the fiend Ji. D came into being, he was supposed to be roaming unhindered in the divine realm. Who knew that when he just came out, he was beaten by a bunch of juniors until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, not to mention how aggrieving it was. Stinking brat, you forced me. Fiend Ji. D transformation. The fiend Ji. D suddenly shouted loudly. A vast and mighty fiendish chi suddenly erupted. Yi Yuan's group of people were caught off guard, being blasted until they scattered in all directions immediately. Poo work, this time, it actually directly blasted everyone to heavy injuries. It. To actually force this seat to use the fiend Ji. D transformation, you're prepared to experience a fate worse than death, right? Howled the fiend Ji. D. At this instant the fiend Ji. D's black shadow actually enlarged several times. The fiendish chi emitting off of his body was also vast and magnificent, teeming the entire underground cavern. The fiend Ji. D's aura actually skyrocketed multiple times instantaneously. Why is it like this? The fiend Ji. D's current strength has likely Serpa. As said Tier 9, right? How can we still fight if it is like this? Xingjun said with a bitter smile. What skyrocketed was not just fiendish chi but also the fiend Ji. D's strength in itself soared instantly. He actually leaped over and reached Tier 9 Sup 1/Sup. This sort of breakthrough that did not conform to common sense seriously made people incomparably despaired. They already all suffered heavy injuries under that attack from the fiend Ji. D just now. But the fiend Ji. D himself had a huge increase in strength. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, he should have used some kind of method that stimulates potential. After his strength fades away, he'll probably be even weaker than before. However, Yi Yuan's words made everyone all feel a wave of despair. He did not speak, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. Tier 9 fiend Ji. D, even if the Holy Lords came, it was a road that led to death as well, let alone them, these people. Punk, you're indeed quite knowledgeable. Fiend Ji. D transformation can let this seat's strength skyrocket, but it's merely able to last for around a quarter of an hour's time. After this period of time, this seat will be even weaker than before. However, with you guys, these blood feed around, this seat will recover as good as new very soon. The fiend Ji. D laughed wildly. Suddenly, the fiend Ji. D put away his smile and swept a glance over everyone's faces. Who to start with first? You, brat, are the most troublesome. Better start with you first. The fiend Ji. D's target actually locked right onto Yi Yuan. But Blackwind blocked right in front of Yi Yuan and said coldly, want to kill master, you must go through me first. Boom. A streak of fiendish chi attacked, and actually sent Blackwind flying with one hit. The fiend Ji. D after displaying fiend Ji. D transformation was devastatingly powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Too strong. Blackwind was one of the strongest one among them. His strength was right on the fringe of entering Tier 9. But he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow in front of the Fiend G. O.D. A little snake dares to be insolent in front of this seat too. If you evolve to become true dragon bloodline, this seat would have some fear and respect towards you. But you, this half-baked guy, is completely lacking. The Fiend G. O.D. snorted coldly and slowly walked towards Yi Yuan. Brat, it's your turn. S of fiendish chi meandered out of the Fiend G. O.D.'s body, heading straight for Yi Yuan. He actually wanted to capture him directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Leaping, he was about to evade. The Fiend G. O.D. gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" That fiendish chi extended unbelievably swiftly and actually caught up to Yi Yuan in an instant, intertwining him up tightly. Bang! Yi Yuan fell heavily onto the ground. All the martial artists turned their heads over, unable to bear to look at this scene. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm, but he did not expect that he was actually going to die today at the Fiend G. O.D.'s hands. Ha ha ha, brat, you seem to be rather extraordinary. Killing you is such a shame. Become this seat's fiend servant. As he was talking, a trace of the Fiend G. O.D.'s fiendish sense, sup invaded the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. Then in the next instant the Fiend G. O.D. let out a terrified cry. Arg! It's actually an essence fire clone. D.A.M. And brat, I'm going to kill you. The Fiend G. O.D. howled like a pig getting slaughtered, reverberating throughout the entire cave. Everyone had yet to understand what was going on when suddenly, they discovered that Yi Yuan's entire person started burning. Fierce flames traced along the fiendish chi and instantly besieged the Fiend G. O.D.'s main body. In a wink, the Fiend G. O.D. actually caught on fire all over. Fiery, burn him to death. Yi Yuan's voice transmitted out from the void bizarrely, revealing his figure once more. Turns out that the Yi Yuan caught by the Fiend G. O.D. earlier was actually just one of Fiery's clones. Being burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame, the Fiend G. O.D. let out wretched wails shrilly. If it were ordinary essence fires, even if it was a Tier 9 essence fire, it might not cause any damage to the Fiend G. O.D. But the cleansing sandal sacred flame purified all things on earth. Dealing with the Fiend G. O.D., this kind of demonic thing was the most effective. But Yi Yuan knew that Fiery's level was still a little low and could not cause any substantial injury to the Fiend G. O.D. at all. This action, it was only in order to buy time. Wait until after the Fiend G. O.D. transformation's power, it would be the Fiend G. O.D.'s hour of doom. Arg! Devil flame, come out for me! All of a sudden, a black-colored flame actually erupted on the Fiend G. O.D.'s body, and it started to confront the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The grade of this devil flame was clearly a great deal higher. Very soon, it repelled the cleansing sandal sacred flame in its entirety. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This devil flame's degree of troublesomeness was outside of his expectations still. In order to deal with the Fiend G. O.D., he could be said to have used all of his trump cards. It actually could not even accomplish delaying for a short while. The Fiend G. O.D.'s pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, saying with a furious roar, "Brat, forcing this seat to such an extent, you can be sufficiently proud. Now go to Hell." With this, Yi Yuan thoroughly infuriated the Fiend G. O.D. He decided to kill Yi Yuan straight away. The Fiend G. O.D. came in with a howl, instantly arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Facing the Fiend G. O.D. under the state of Tier 9, Yi Yuan was truly at the end of his rope at this moment. I didn't think that this Fiend G. O.D. is actually so powerful. Could it be that I can only reach this step? Yi Yuan shut his eyes, filled with unwillingness as he thought. Right at the critical moment, a powerful to the extreme saber light tore right through the void. That blinding saber light lit up the entire underground cavern with a glaring light. The power of this saber made all the martial artists feel asphyxiated. Boom! The saber light bombarded directly onto the Fiend D's main body without deviation. Arg! The Fiend D gave a miserable cry, flying out backward immediately. That boundless fiendish chi actually dissipated a great deal instantly. Furthermore, it gradually showed a trend of weakening. Clearly, this cut caused immense injuries to the Fiend D, resulting in his fiendish chi to weaken substantially. The crowd of martial artists was struck dumb with amazement looking at this scene. The Fiend D who used Fiend D transformation was a true blue tier 9 powerhouse. What kind of cut was this, to actually be able to chop him until like this? Crack, crack. Everyone looked over in the direction the saber light came from and discovered a skeleton currently walking over here step by step. Everyone's faces changed. They all had an impression of this skeleton. Wasn't this that skeleton that was in a stalemate with Yi Yuan earlier? The skeleton carried a saber, slowly walked in front of the Fiend D step by step and said coolly, "Jialan, long time no see." Chapter 842. Unexpected Turn of Events Again. Chapter 842. Unexpected Turn of Events Again. Jialan, long time no see. The skeleton's words actually had some hint of old friends meeting again. Your tyrannical saber, Xing Aotian. You actually haven't died yet. In the Fiend D's words leaked out thick astonishment. Dead, long dead. It's just that you're not dead, so how can I dare to die completely? Leaving behind a wisp of remnant soul was for the sake of today, the skeleton said coolly. The fiendish chi on the Fiend D's body became increasingly thinner. Clearly, that cut earlier caused tremendous injury to him. When he heard that, the Fiend D said in a livid rage, "You'd and ghost not being peaceful even after dying. But so what? That cut earlier was still less than 1 in 10,000 of your heyday. What can you do to me? Even absolute heaven couldn't kill me, just like the likes of you?" On the skeleton's face was forever that dead person expression. There naturally would not be any changes. But he turned to Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Of course I know that I can't kill you. But absolute heaven's will, there's bound to be someone who inherits it. If you want to bring disaster upon the human race, it probably won't be that easy to accomplish." Plus the Fiend D looked at the skeleton and glanced at Yi Yuan again, suddenly letting out a roaring laugh as he said, "You aren't talking about this boy, right? He's indeed quite capable, but he's far too lacking compared to absolute heaven. Give him another 1,000 years, and he also can't reach absolute heaven's height. Furthermore, do you think that I will give him 1,000 years' time to grow?" The skeleton said indifferently, "Karma is all destined. I've already returned to dust. This is no longer something I can be worried about. As for what extent he can grow to, it will depend on him." He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Young man, you've done very well, far exceeded my expectations. This dignified self has nothing valuable on me. With these countless years, what I've learned during my lifetime is already forgotten for the most part as well. These remaining few comprehensions will be imparted to you then." Finished talking, the skeleton extended a finger and tapped on Yi Yuan's glabella. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered, many information instantly appearing in his head. Seeing this information, Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked, because this information was none other than precisely the divine inscriptions that Yi Yuan were very familiar with. Except these divine inscriptions, Yi Yuan was not familiar with them. There was actually not one duplicate with the one's father imparted him. But this tyrannical saber Xing Aotian's divine inscriptions were not many. there were only a scanty few several dozen words. He previously said that his memories before his death were already incomplete. It was most likely this reason. Young man, the matters hereafter will be handed to you. After saying this sentence, the skeleton no longer made a sound. A peerless powerhouse of his generation finally had even this final strand of consciousness in this world dissipate away. These countless years, what was frittered away was not just Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jiaolan's strength, but also depleted Xing Aotian's residual thought. Until today, he was already like a dying lamp without oil. Otherwise, there was no way he would not have any movements at all with people secretly laying down this sacrificial altar forces. Presumably, he also knew that Jiaolan coming into being was already unstoppable. Hence, he held back a burst of energy to leave behind this final cut, in order to severely wound Jiaolan. However, Yi Yuan judged that Xing Aotian should still have the ability to unleash a saber cut. Except, this cut did not have great significance to Jiaolan. Coincidentally, he ran into the vast Heaven Steel's successor here. In the end, he chose to impart the divine inscriptions in this final trace of residual thought to Yi Yuan. Bang! The long saber in the skeleton's hand fell to the ground. His skeleton frame also fell apart thoroughly, without even a trace of essence energy on it anymore. Yi Yuan revealed a complicated expression but was filled with great respect towards Xing Aotian. Even though it was just 2 encounters of fate, Xing Aotian's pride and loyalty left a deep impression on him. A trace of residual thought guarded the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array for several tens of thousands of years. This persistence and unswerving will were not what the average person could have. And all of his actions were for the sake of the human race's righteous cause. Yi Yuan knelt on the ground and gave a kowtow to Xing Aotian's bone remains most respectfully, saying deferentially, "Senior, have a safe trip. Many thanks to Senior's grace of teaching. What Senior has yet to accomplish, let Yi Yuan finish it." Finished talking, Yi Yuan lightly formed an incantation with his hand and put away Xing Aotian's bone remains. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Jiaolan and said icily, "Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jiaolan, right? I know that I can't kill you now, but the taste of the cleansing sandal sacred flame, you've sampled it too. I'm going to seal you now and let fiery burn you every hour every minute. There will come a day when I'll utterly burn you into nothingness." Jiaolan suffered Xing Aotian's blow. At this time, the fiendish qi on his body was very faint, and he did not have the ability to resist Yi Yuan's sealing at all anymore. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jiaolan cried out shrilly, "Brat, you dare to seal this seat? Do you know what kind of existence this seat is? Let me tell you, Hohu, do you think I dare or not?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly, but his hands already started to cast and lay down the formation. Don't. Young man, as long as you can let me go, we can become sworn brothers. I can let you possess unbelievably powerful strength. In the future, this divine realm, if there's half for me, there will be half for you." Jiaolan was finally afraid. The proud Fiend Ji. D actually lowered his blee head to plead for mercy from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not pay any attention and was still setting up the formation and casting spells. Right at this moment, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on its end. An immense sense of danger hit him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan raised his speed to the limits, fleeing from the area just now. Boom! The region Yi Yuan was standing at previously was blasted until dirt scattered everywhere at this time. TSK. This brat indeed has some skill to actually be so vigilant. We expended such a huge effort before releasing Lord Jiaolan. How can we allow you to seal him again? 2 black-clothed people appeared in front of Jiaolan. They were precisely those 2 holy followers. After the 2 of them landed, they turned to Jiaolan and saluted as they said, "Congratulations to Lord Jiaolan for descending upon the human world anew." Ha. Good. Very good. Turns out that it's you 2 who aided this seat to break the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array. However, why did you take so long to come? Jiao Lan's tone suddenly changed as he said in a solemn voice. Those two holy followers hurriedly said, Lord Jiao Lan, forgive our sins. The two of us left in order to prepare for Lord Jiao Lan's blood feed. One of the black-clothed holy followers casually waved a hand. A bunch of martial artists appeared in front of everyone. They were precisely Wei Cheng and the others who had already left. Wei Cheng's and the others' dantions were sealed presently, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing greatly. If Jiao Lan absorbed them as blood feed, he would probably soar greatly in strength immediately. The moment Jiao Lan heard, he was immediately overjoyed. The black qi on his body directly extended out, engulfing a dozen over martial artists right away. Ah! Help! Young Lord Yi, help! That group of martial artists let out shrill cries and were actually begging Yi Yuan for help. But those two black-clothed men, their strengths were clearly very formidable. Even Black Wind might not be a match either, let alone him. Gulp, gulp. The fiend G.O.D. seemed to be digesting. Very soon, those dozen over martial artists fell silent. Chapter 843. Seizing Possession Again? Chapter 843. Seizing Possession Again? Ha ha. Boy, didn't you want to seal me? Bring it on. After devouring a dozen over martial artists all at once, Jiao Lan's aura recovered considerably in no time. Yi Yuan had a solemn look. He had a feeling of shooting himself in the foot. He originally thought that bringing more people in would mean he had more helpers. He did not expect that they actually all became Jiao Lan's blood feed in the end, boosting the enemy's strength instead. Wei Cheng, you really are a pig. We went all out before scarcely beating the fiend G.O.D. to heavy injuries. You bunch of idiots actually helped him recover so much in a short while. Xing Jun seriously could not hold it in any more and let loose a torrent of abuse. Wei Cheng had his dantian sealed currently. His hands and legs were restricted too, completely unable to move. He did not take in Xing Jun's cursing at all. His entire person was currently trembling, a look of despair showed in his eyes once more. Earlier, the scene of Jiao Lan gobbling up the rest, the shock it gave him was too intense. At the thought of himself about to become a meal in this fiend G.O.D.'s stomach, Wei Cheng's collapsed internally. Lord Fiend G.O.D. I'm willing to become a dog of yours. I beg you not to kill me. Wei Cheng struggled, kneeling down towards Jiao Lan. Seeing this scene, Xing Jun was utterly speechless. He knew that the scolding just now was completely playing music to a pig. He seriously could not figure out how this kind of spineless moron was selected to become the young lord by the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land. Oh? You want to serve me as your master? Jiao Lan slowly came in front of Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng sweat profusely and hurriedly said, Yes, yes, yes. Lord Fiend G.O.D., I'm willing to serve you as my master. As long as you don't kill me, you can make me do anything. Wei Cheng, you're the young lord selected personally by the Holy Lord. What kind of price did the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land expended in order to groom you? You actually dare betray the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land now? Shouted a Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's elder. He reproached Wei Cheng with boundless rage. But Wei Cheng said without any shame, Fine birds select their roosts. Lord Fiend G.O.D. is in existence who's going to unify the divine realm. What difference is there in me following Lord Fiend G.O.D. and being at the Cloud Watchtower Holy Land? You! That elder was angered by Wei Cheng's shamelessness until he shook all over. But his essence energy was sealed and completely could not do anything to Wei Cheng. Ha ha, good. Good that you have this heart. I'll give you an opportunity. Capture this punk for me, and I'll naturally take you in to be my fiend's servant. Jiao Lan said with a big laugh. Wei Cheng was overjoyed and kowtowed to Jialan fervently as he said, "Thank you, Lord Fiendji. O.D. Thank you, Lord Fiendji. O.D. Remove the seal on his body," Jialan said to the two holy followers. The two holy followers nodded their heads to acknowledge his instruction and cast a spell to remove the seal on Wei Cheng's body. Recovering his freedom, Wei Cheng's face made people abhor even more. He slowly arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "Yi Yuan, didn't expect it, right? You finally still landed in my hands. Today I'll make you die very horribly. Without that black flood dragon's help, I see how you still swagger before others." Prior to this, Blackwind was also wounded considerably under Jialan's blow. At this time, there were another two holy followers glaring like ravening tigers by the side. They would not give him the opportunity to make a move at all. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to face the 9th-level Heaven Enlightenment Wei Cheng all alone. "Master!" As the servant, Blackwind obviously could not passively watch Yi Yuan get captured. "Don't come over. Dealing with this kind of shameless guy, it's enough by myself," Yi Yuan said very disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, truly shameless boasting. I want to see how you'll deal with me." Wei Cheng laughed wildly and said, "Humph! Wouldn't you know if you come to try it out yourself?" Yi Yuan said scornfully. "Reckless, blind thing. Prepare to die." Wei Cheng was fiercely triggered by Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's talent and capabilities made him jealous until he wanted to go crazy. With the formidable power of Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Wei Cheng attacked towards Yi Yuan. Wei Cheng's strength could not be said to not be strong. Unless plusing it in full power at this time, it actually gave people a feeling of peerlessness. Fiery! Boom! What made everyone's jaws drop was that this powerful blow of Wei Cheng's had yet to touch Yi Yuan and he actually flew out backward. An intense explosion sound rang out of the void in front of Wei Cheng, blasting him flying immediately. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already an additional youth beside Yi Yuan. How could it be but Fiery? All along, Fiery was always one of Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. Unless forced to, Yi Yuan would not expose Fiery in front of people. But today's situation was too difficult to handle. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to let out Fiery's main body. Fiery had been cultivating in the vast heaven pag. All along and had long broken through to Tier 7. Currently, he was already a middle-stage Tier 7 essence fire. Adding in the fire-controlling art Yi Yuan imparted, Fiery's combat power was right on the brink of late-stage Tier 7. Just now, Fiery suddenly sneak attacked Wei Cheng. Caught unprepared, Wei Cheng was directly blasted flying out. Wei Cheng crawled to his feet with a grunt and was just about to hurl all kinds of abuse when a figure already arrived in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan. What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. How could he give him the chance to catch his breath? His and Fiery's cultivation realms both could not compare with Wei Cheng's. Only by seizing the initiative could there be chances of victory. Although Wei Cheng's cultivation realm was high, his fleshy body was more than a grade lower than Yi Yuan's. Bang! A firm and solid punch smashed right onto Wei Cheng's body. If not for Wei Cheng's protective essence energy being too strong, this punch would absolutely blow up his fleshy body. Even so, he was still smashed flying out by Yi Yuan. Detonate! Fiery was long awaiting eagerly for battle already. Controlling the cleansing sandal sacred flame behind Wei Cheng, it was another violent explosion. Wei Cheng's figure had yet to retreat a few steps when he was actually blasted back to Yi Yuan's side. Fiery, catch well. Another street dy punch smashed Wei Cheng toward Fiery. Fiery's figure appeared behind Wei Cheng again bizarrely. Throwing out his palm, it was another intense explosion. Just like this, Wei Cheng was treated as a human sandbag by Yi Yuan, beating back and forth non-stop. It was incredibly wretchful. Seeing this odd scene, everyone was staring wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Was Yi Yuan really a boundless realm martial artist? This kind of strength was simply too heaven-defying. That youth is an essence fire. My G.O.D. Brother Yi actually has a Tier 7 essence fire that gave birth to a primordial spirit. This kind of lucky encounter is simply heaven-defying. Xingjun was long blank from staring. Young Lord is absolutely a person with a great destiny. I truly didn't expect that he actually still has such a trump card. Wu Xiyuan muttered under his breath too. This boy. Just what origins does he have? His trump cards follow one after another, simply without an end. Not only does he possess a Tier 7 primordial spirit, true dragon body, 5th stage supreme true intent. However, it's all too perfect to be my new fleshy body. Heh. The corners of Jiao Lan's mouth smiled strangely, and he vanished with a whooze. Plus Yi Yuan and Wei Qing were in the midst of fierce fighting. Suddenly, he felt his eyes blur. A stream of black qi tunneled right into his body. Yi Yuan's body turned stiff abruptly, while Wei Qing's body directly flew out far away. Chapter 844. Fleeing in Defeat. Chapter 844. Fleeing in Defeat, Brother Yi. Young Lord. Big Brother. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw this scene. The current Yi Yuan was swathed by a cloud of black qi all over his body, his entire person seemingly controlled by something, frozen stiff there. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. To be selected by Lord Jiaolan as his new fleshy body, it's his honor too, said a holy follower. This brat's fleshy body realm is even higher than his essence energy cultivation realm. Furthermore, his methods emerge in endless streams. It is indeed conforming to Lord Jiaolan's requirement. It's just that his cultivation realm is a little too low, the other holy follower said. Cultivation realm is not an issue to Lord Jiaolan. Right now, Lord Jiaolan has already broken free and found a suitable fleshy body too. In a few years' time, he'll recover to his peak state. The two people did not seem to be surprised about Jiaolan choosing Yi Yuan to be his new fleshy body. They all saw Yi Yuan's battle earlier. He was indeed most suited for Jiaolan. When the group of martial artists saw this scene, their eyes were filled with despair. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan already became their backbone. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation was the lowest among them, his means emerged ceaselessly. Even such a powerful existence like Jiaolan suffered losses at his hands repeatedly. Without any doubt, if there was anyone able to help them defeat the fiend G.O.D., that was only Yi Yuan. But now Yi Yuan was actually seized to be possessed. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. Xingjun shut his eyes painfully. Regarding what was about to happen next, he already did not need to think anymore. But right then, a cloud of black qi suddenly flew out from within Yi Yuan's body. Ah! Soul-suppressing pearl. It's actually the soul-suppressing pearl. How can this brat have such a thing? The fiend G.O.D. shrieked as if seeing something terrifying. Exceeding everyone's expectations, Jiaolan's current state was actually even weaker than before he seized possession. Clearly, he suffered heavy injuries once more during this period of time that he was seizing possession. With a swoosh, Jiaolan actually tunneled into Wei Qing's body directly. Just a slight struggle for a short while, and Wei Qing did not move anymore. Everyone did not expect that Jiaolan actually chose Wei Qing as the target for possession in the end. The pitiful Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's young lord was obliterated by fiend G.O.D. Jiaolan just like that. He abruptly raised his head. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was actually filled with fear. A fiend G.O.D. of his generation actually experiencing fear towards Yi Yuan. And currently, Yi Yuan actually fell into a slumber after Jiaolan's possession. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone had not figured out what on earth happened. But one thing was certain, Jiaolan failed to take possession of Yi Yuan. The current Wei Qing was already no longer Wei Qing, it was Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan. He looked at the Yi Yuan who had fallen into a slumber with an expression as dark as water and a conflicted look. Suddenly, he released powerful fiendish qi once more, directly devouring all of the several dozen martial artists that those two holy followers controlled. But this time, his recovery was not as quick as last time. D.A.M.N.it. Being severely wounded by the soul-suppressing pearl, wanting to recover my strength this time will have to expend even more effort. Luckily, that brat is unable to control the soul-suppressing pearl. Otherwise, I would really fail miserably at a simple task this time. The two of you kill this brat for me. This boy has the soul-suppressing pearl. We absolutely can't let him walk out alive. Jiao Lan's words were said to the two holy followers. Those two holy followers clearly had baffled looks too, and did not know what happened at all. Although they did not know what the soul-suppressing pearl was, to be able to severely wound Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jiaolan, it was clearly some incredible thing. Hearing Jiao Lan's order, the two people's hearts went cold. Yi Yuan could actually even seriously injure Jiaolan. The two of them were really quite fearful now. Don't worry, that boy's divine soul suffered a serious injury from me just now and has already thoroughly fallen unconscious, without any strength to retaliate anymore. Now is precisely the opportune moment to kill him. Jiao Lan also urged when he saw that the two people were somewhat hesitant. Hearing Jiao Lan's words, the two people calmed down slightly in their hearts. Their figures moved and attacked Yi Yuan. Don't think about harming Master. Even though Blackwind was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he used the last bit of strength at this time too, wanting to stop the two. But these two people's strengths were too powerful. The already severely injured Blackwind was clearly not the duo's match. Blackwind knew that these two people were very powerful and was already prepared to die. But right then, an enormous pag. Oh, dropped from the sky directly cruise. Plussing the two holy followers into pancakes with a momentum as swift as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. When Blackwind saw the situation, he was pleasantly surprised as he said, "Lord Throne. Many thanks to Lord Throne for lending a helping hand." A black-robed person appeared in front of everyone. Who could it be if not Longting? Looking at this huge pag. Oh, that suddenly appeared, Jiao Lan's eyes became wide saucers. Vast heaven steel. It's the aura of the vast heaven steel. This, Jiao Lan felt like his brain was a little lacking to comprehend it. He never would have thought that on the first day he came out of the unparalleled ancient fiend sealing grand array, not only was he severely wounded by the legendary soul-suppressing pearl, he even saw the vast heaven steel which suppressed him back then. Even though he had never seen before this vast heaven pag. Oh, in front of him, the vast heaven steel's aura, he recognized it at a glance. Fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan, right? To actually dare have designs on Yi Yuan. Today, I'll use this vast heaven pag. Oh, to kill you. Long Ting's cold voice transmitted out from the black robes. Jiao Lan's expression changed several times. His figure abruptly burst out, and actually ran frantically over towards the entrance of the cave, virtually vanished. Ing from everyone's sights in a blink of an eye. After Jiao Lan left, the Long Ting within the black robes also slightly spat a mouthful of turbid air, seemingly breathing out a sigh of relief. This series of unforeseen events happened too abruptly, making it too much for Xing Jun and Wu Xiyuan they all to take in. Until now, they also had not figured out what was going on. But this black-robed person in front of them saving them was an indisputable fact. Xing Jun led the remaining few people, hurriedly came forward to give a bow to Long Ting and said, "Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Please accept a bow from Xing Jun. And the events that happened here today, you all had best forget all of it. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Long Ting said coldly. Xingjun and the others, their hearts went cold. He hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Senior. Even if I die, this junior won't say a single word." "All right, you guys can go already," Longting said indifferently. Xingjun was stunned and said somewhat hesitantly, "Then Brother Yiyuan naturally have this old man to keep an eye on. You guys just leave." Longting already said it until like this, Xingjun they all naturally did not dare to defy. Giving another bow to Longting, they left. Even though they were unclear about the origins of this black-robed person, his relations, Hi+P with Yiyuan was clearly very close. With such a powerful existence like this guarding, Yiyuan should be fine. But Xingjun looked at his group of people, and also had a bitter look. When coming in, it was in a mighty formation of over 100 people. Now there was only around 10 left. The losses actually exceeded 90%. But he also knew that if not for Yiyuan, they would probably be completely wiped out long ago. Chapter 845. Life and Death Uncertain. Chapter 845. Life and Death Uncertain. Cough, cough, cough. After everyone left the underground cave, Longting suddenly started coughing violently. Blackwind's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Throne, you." Longting waved his hand and gasped for air as he said, forcefully deploying the vast heaven pag. "Oh, de greatly damaged my vitality. If that fiend Jialan didn't leave, I would really be helpless against him." Turns out that earlier, Longting cutting down the two holy followers with the momentum of a thunderbolt was just for the sake of scaring away Jialan. And he himself merely just had the power of one attack. The composure from before was all feigned. Blackwind still found it odd previously. Since Longting had such formidable strength, why didn't he come out earlier? Looks like deploying this vast heaven pag. There was also an immense burden on Longting. "Lord Throne, is Master okay?" Looking at the unconscious Yiyuan, Blackwind said worriedly. Longting's brows furrowed and he shook his head and said, "I can't tell either. Maybe he can wake up, maybe he'll never wake up again." Sigh, earlier, Fiend Ji. Jialan's actions were too swift. Even I didn't react to it as well. Jialan's fiendish sense was too powerful, virtually tearing Yiyuan's divine soul into shreds instantly. Blackwind's expression changed as he said, "What? His divine soul was torn into shreds? Doesn't that mean that Master is already a dead man now?" Longting hesitated for a moment before saying, "Logically speaking, it's indeed so. But I don't know why Yiyuan's torn-up divine soul did not dissipate, but it retained a hint of life force without extinguish. Hi+ing. That Jialan also said before previously, Yiyuan obtained a soul-suppressing pearl. Looks like it's some incredible treasure. Perhaps that soul-suppressing pearl really can bring Yiyuan back to life, who knows?" Talking until here, he was secretly alarmed too. From the endless world to the divine realm, Longting already followed Yiyuan for a very long time and had always been observing Yiyuan in the dark. He thought he already knew Yiyuan like the back of his palm. But looking at it now, Yiyuan actually still had many secrets on him which he did not know. Longting boasted of having extensive knowledge and experience, but this whatever soul-suppressing pearl, it was still his first time hearing of it. A thing which even Fiend Jialan was extremely fearful of was bound to not be an ordinary item. Then, when will Master wake up? Blackwind calmed down slightly in his heart, but he still asked worriedly. Now, that is uncertain. Maybe 3 days, maybe a month, maybe he'll never wake up again. But Yiyuan is a person possessing great destiny. He shouldn't die young. This place should already have no dangers. You keep guard over him. Longting heaved a sigh and said. Finished talking, Longting leaped and entered inside the vast heaven pag. While the vast heaven pag became small once more and enter inside Yiyuan's body. In a wink 2 months passed. From the white valiant regions 7 great holy lands, there were 6 young lords who perished in the boneyard. This caused a massive upheaval in the white valiant region. Through the soaring rainbow Holy Land and the crimson afterglow Holy Land, 2 great Holy Lands exaggeration, the boneyard already became the white valiant region's restricted area. And body dared to step foot in it anymore. In fact, the one who suffered the greatest loss was probably the crimson afterglow Holy Land. Tu finally managed to find a successor. Now, his life and death were uncertain. This was a tremendous blow to him. 2 months without news, clearly, hope for Yi Yuan to return alive was already very bleak. Tu already did not have many good years left. This period of time, he could be said to pass each day as if it were a year. Every day was spent in the midst of torment. On this day, he seriously could not sit still anymore and finally went to get Chen-Chi. Chen-Chin, I plan on making a trip to the boneyard to investigate what's going on. Even though Wu Xiyuan repeatedly said that I can't go down, not going to take a look at Yi Yuan's fate, I still can't set my mind at ease, Tu said. Chen-Chin's face revealed a complicated expression. About Tu's condition, he saw it clearly too, but he was at a loss on what to do. These 2 months, Tu's entire person aged considerably again. At this rate, Chen-Chin reckoned that it would be very hard for Tu to even make it through next year. Chen-Chin took it into his sights, was anxious in his heart, but could not do anything at all. Holy Lord, Wu Xiyuan said before, there's a senior with unfathomable strength guarding Yi Yuan. It should be fine, right? He exhorted over and over again, that senior forbade people from going to the boneyard. Holy Lord going there, what if you offend him? What to do then? Chen-Chin said. I don't care anymore. At most, just kill me and be done with it. This body of mine already can't last for much longer. Finally managed to find Yi Yuan, this fine sapling, I'm not reconciled to it. Tu said. Chen-Chi was helpless and could only say, Holy Lord, I'll go. This crimson afterglow Holy Land still needs Holy Lord to take charge of the overall situation. But Tu said firmly, no, this time I'll go personally. With my current condition, I can't last for much longer anymore. If I die, then I die, no big deal. After I'm gone, this crimson afterglow Holy Land will temporarily be administered by you. Understood? Holy Lord, Chen-Chin said anxiously. Tu waved a hand and said, my will is set, no need to say any more. Finished talking, Tu prepared to get up and leave. Right at this time, a voice transmitted throughout the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's members, listen up. I limit you all to hand over Yi Yuan within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Tu and Chen-Chin exchanged glances, both seeing the serious looks in the other party's eyes. The person outside is clearly threatening us, making no attempt to conceal his strength in the slightest. The arrival's strength is so strong, likely. 3rd level Dao profound strength. Tu said solemnly. Chen-Chin frowned and said, when did Yi Yuan provoke such a powerful enemy? This kind of adversary, our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land isn't a match at all. Holy Lord, what should we do? 10. The powerhouse outside already started counting down. Tu looked up and heaved a long sigh as he said, could it be that the heaven wants my Crimson Afterglow dead? Holy Lord, we'd better go out and take a look first. Perhaps there's still room for maneuver. Chen-Chin said. Tu nodded slightly and said, there's only this as well. Facing such an expert, the 2 people did not dare to dawdle. This time, Tu personally took the field. Tu flew into the air, but he discovered that the enemy only had 2 people. He slightly breathed out a sigh in relief inwardly too. One was a middle-aged man. This person's strength was unfathomable, it was that 3rd level Dao profound powerhouse, while the other was a young man, also 9th level phaseless realm. I wonder how did Yi Yuan offend milords. I'll offer an apology on his behalf to you gentlemen, is that good? Tu Yu, this Tao profound realm expert, already lowered his attitude very low. A large group of martial artists already gathered outside at this time, each and every one with an appearance as if facing a great enemy. But when they saw Tu Yu, they were stupefied. Isn't that the Holy Lord? Why is he like this? No way, right? That old man at the end of his life is really Holy Lord Tu Yu? How is this possible? Turns out the rumors were true. Even though Holy Lord Tu Yu is still around, he is already not far from Pa's. Sing away while in meditation. When the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's martial artists saw Tu Yu, they all did not dare to believe their own eyes. However, that young man did not care so much. He just nonchalantly said one sentence, "Not good." Chapter 846. Overbearing attitude. Chapter 846. Overbearing attitude. Zhou Yu, what are you still stoning there for? Continue counting down. After 10 breaths, if I don't see Yi Yuan, you all will have to be buried with him. No, wait, another breath of time. Pa's said just now, it should be 8 breaths, the young man said coldly. This young man was none other than precisely the Zhou Yan who came all the way here. Zhou Yan's attitude was overbearing right now, not giving Tu Yu a chance to speak at all. His objective was very simple, that was in order to capture Yi Yuan. Tu Yu's expression was very ugly. His attitude was already placed subserviently, but the other party did not go for it in the slightest. His appearance clearly already utterly shattered the false impression that he constructed for many years. But right now was already the Crimson Afterglow's most critical moment. Tu Yu could not care that much anymore. Tu Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Not hiding from this little brother, but Yi Yuan isn't in the Holy Land at the moment." 7. Zhou Yu still counted down unhurriedly. Zhou Yan darted Tu Yu an indifferent glance and said with a cold smile, "Holy Land? A first-level Tao profound on the verge of death also dares to call this place a Holy Land? Whether he's here or not, I don't care. I only know that he is your place's young lord. Finding you guys is definitely not wrong. Also, little brother is not what you can call." Tu Yu's face fell, angered by Zhou Yan until his entire body trembled. This Zhou Yan was completely unreasonable. Yi Yuan's life and death was uncertain right now. Where on earth would he go to find Yi Yuan? Even if Yi Yuan were really here, he would not hand Yi Yuan over either. But this Zhou Yan was too unbridled, thinking nothing of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land at all. Plusing others too far. Do you think that by bringing a third-level Tao profound expert here, this emperor will really be scared of you? We won't hand Yi Yuan over. If you really want to pester unreasonably, this old man will cut you down right here even if I risk my life too. Zhou Yan was clearly not giving Crimson Afterglow a way out. Tu Yu finally exploded. Although he was already an expiring lamp without oil at present, using all of his power, cutting down a phaseless realm martial artist was still achievable, even if the other party brought along a third-level Tao profound realm powerhouse. Zhou Yan raised his eyebrow slightly and gave Tu Yu a disdainful look as he laughed. "Oh? With just the likes of you, an old fellow halfway buried into the dirt, you dare to talk drivel too? Fine, this young master will give you this opportunity. If you can touch me even a little, what's the harm if sparing you all?" Tu Yu's eyes lit up, and he said, "Are you challenging me one-on-one here? Dealing with trash like you, how is there a need for Zhou Yu to take action? If not for the sake of making provisions for contingencies, I wouldn't even bring Zhou Yu here," Zhou Yan said nonchalantly, his words filled with contempt towards the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. "You're the one who said it." Although Tu Yu was very displeased with Zhou Yan's disdain, this guy's arrogance gave the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land a chance. Without the slightest hesitation, Tu Yu sent a palm straight towards Zhou Yan. The seemingly ordinary palm in Kampa, as said the might of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was cruise. Hi+ing towards Zhou. This was a strength of a Tao profound realm powerhouse. They did not need to deliberately maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Each and every move in Compa said the strength of heavenly Tao. In this present era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, Tao profound realm was hailed as the realm closest to heavenly Tao. Even if it was a first-level Tao profound, their strength was terrifyingly powerful too. I thought what ultimate move there was. Turns out it's such a move. Wasting this young master's time. Break for me. Zhou just stood where he was, both eyes glaring. The air in front of Tu suddenly exploded, emitting extremely scorching power. Tu was taken by surprise and hit flying out directly by this attack. Poo work. Tu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. The death chi on his body was getting increasingly heavier, virtually possible to lose his life at any moment. He was originally an expiring lamp without oil already, and he could not maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at all. Forcefully taking action, he already brought out the last trace of vitality. In his state, even just moving would make vitality flow away, let alone attacking with such great intensity like this. Even if he could cross this hurdle today, Tu probably could not survive past half a year either. Receiving this blow, Tu's expression changed dramatically and he said, "It's actually an ocular art, furthermore, the power of flames. Your people of vast Sun City." What? They are actually Great Xiang region's vast Sun City's people. That's a rank 1 holy land. This. Isn't young Lord an ascender? How did he provoke vast Sun City, this kind of Leviathan? It's over, this time. It's utterly over. With vast Sun City's strength, we wouldn't even be sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. No wonder this youth is so arrogant. Turns out that he really has the capital to be arrogant. Great Xiang region's vast Sun City and Bright Moon City were two distinguishable, both renowned throughout the divine realm for rarely seen ocular arts. Practically no one did not know these two great cities. In front of a rank 1 holy land like this, Crimson Afterglow was completely lacking. You old man's strength is lacking, but you have some experience and knowledge. That's right, we came precisely from vast Sun City. If you don't want Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Tao teachings to be eradicated, I advise that you guys better hand Yiyuan over, Zhou said smugly. Tu shook his head and said, Yiyuan, he really isn't in the Holy Land. Forgive this old man for not being able to hand him over. Zhou expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Looks like you want to use the entire Crimson Afterglow to be buried together with him. Forget it, this young master will fulfill your wishes. At this point, Tu did not have any more thoughts of getting lucky either. Although he did not know how Yiyuan offended Zhou Yan's hatred towards Yiyuan, he could feel it distinctly. This grievance of Zhou Yan's was probably not that easy to resolve. Crimson Afterglow's people, listen up. Today, Crimson Afterglow has encountered a foreign enemy. This old man beseeches everybody in the name of the Holy Lord. Unity of will is like a fortress, repel the foreign enemy. Tu suddenly said to everyone in a clear voice. This shout was to have a last-ditch battle. For so many years, Tu managed Crimson Afterglow firmly like a metal bucket. Even though he had not shown face for many years, his prestige was still there. Adding in Zhou Yan's merciless tone, everyone was already long aware in their hearts that there was no way to escape by sheer luck. So they flashed their weapons one after another, planning on taking a final plunge. Seeing this kind of situation, Zhou Yan's expression was as dark as water. He did not expect that this lousy rank 9 Holy Land would actually rather the whole army be completely annihilated and also not be willing to hand over a young lord who had just ascended not long ago. What capabilities did Yiyuan have? Why did everyone all want to revolve around him? The present Zhou Yan was already on the brink of rampaging. He snapped, "A bunch of thick-headed things. Since you guys are seeking death, then this young master will send you on your way. Zhou Yu, kill for me. Don't leave even a fragment of armor behind." "Yes, young master." After Zhou Yu voiced his assent, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire Holy Land. Third-level Tao profound strength was exhibited without holding back in the slightest. Mighty heaven, vast sun palm. Zhou Yu stood in the air and smacked a palm down, only to see an enormous palm formed from flames slap downwards directly. This enormous palm was seemingly an apocalyptic divine palm to crimson afterglow. That horrifying energy undulation made everyone give up all hope within. Chapter 847. Disaster is brought about by careless talk. Chapter 847. Disaster is brought about by careless talk. Tao Profound Realm, one world. Zhou Yu's third-level Tao Profound was more than a level stronger compared to 2Yu's first-level Tao Profound. It was nothing difficult for one Zhou Yu to sweep across the entire White Valiant region. Furthermore, Vast Sun City's martial techniques were all fire attribute martial techniques with extremely powerful destructive powers. This mighty heaven Vast Sun palm being unleashed was truly akin to an apocalyptic palm. If this palm landed, there was bound to be countless casualties. 2Yu shut his eyes painfully, not daring to look at the subsequent scene. The disparity was too great. Disregarding that he was already a dying lamp without oil now, even when he was at his prime, he was worlds apart from Zhou Yu too. Zhou Yan looked at the ants below the enormous palm with a cold smile, feeling delighted inwardly. To dare oppose this young master, this is your outcome. Just as he was going to see the flesh and blood of everyone under the huge palm flying in all directions, his eyes suddenly became wide circles. That enormous palm actually gradually became faint under his eyes, finally dissipating into nothing. Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he swiveled his head in 4 directions as he said, "Who's sneaking around furtively? Scram out here for this young master." Slap. A hand slapped over from inside the void, directly hitting Zhou Yan until he somersaulted in the air. "To dare speak impertinently to this seat, is this how Zhou Jia taught you?" A cold voice sounded out, able to let people discern that there was that hint of sullen anger in his words. Zhou Yan flew out 10,000 feet away in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. Reaching his hand towards his face and touching, he discovered that his face was clearly already badly swollen. Although he clearly knew that the other party already showed mercy, his fury still towered into the clouds. Since the other party knew to pull his punches, that meant he was wary of Vast Sun City. Since that was the case, what was he still afraid of? Insolent thing! To actually dare attack this young master! "I think that you're tired of..." Zhou Yan's words had yet to finish when Zhou Yu arrived at his side with a flash and hurriedly covered his mouth up. "Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. This subordinate is absolutely not a match. We mustn't readily provoke." Zhou Yu hurriedly said. A disaster was brought about from careless talk. This mysterious person concealed within the void. He could not discern his position at all. That slap earlier, he completely did not know how the other party took action. This level of strength, Zhou Yu knew that he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Moreover, the other party said Zhou Jia's name the moment he opened his mouth. He was probably at least a character on the same level as Family Head 2. Zhou Yan was burning with rage at this time. How could he still listen? He exerted his strength to shake off Zhou Yu's hand and roared, "What are you scared of? I don't believe that there's really someone who dares to kill Vast Sun City's young lord today. Cowardly rat, listen up for this young master. If you don't kill this young master today, you're a wuss." When that person within the void heard this, he fell silent. Zhou Yan even thought that the other party was scared and laughed even more unbridled as he said, "Ha ha. I knew you don't have the guts. Really a pansy. If you don't dare to make a move, Then get lost quickly for this father of yours. Zhou Yan was looking at the side, Wisconsin H. Plusing that he could go up and beat Zhou Yan down. This young master was too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In this divine realm, although forces stronger than vast Sun City were not many, they were not few either. This person hidden in the void was definitely an expert of a region. Even if he really was somewhat apprehensive of vast Sun City, he might really harden his heart and kill after hearing these words. At that time, who would he find to reason things out? All of a sudden, Zhou Yan's words were directly stuck at his throat, his pair of eyes becoming round as B-A-L-L. At this instant it was as if his heart had stopped. An immense sense of danger hovered around him. Zhou Yan's entire person was bound up by some kind of inexplicable energy. He could not even breathe. He did not doubt in the slightest that as long as the other party was willing, he could kill him at any time. Zhou Yu's expression changed drastically by the side. He was clearly standing by Zhou Yan's side, but he was completely unable to get rid of the shackling forces in this S.P.A.C. This person's strength was too terrifying. In his desperation, Zhou Yu directly knelt down in the air and said with clasped hands, "Senior, please calm your anger. My family's young master is young and ignorant, and he offended Senior. Zhou Yu offers an apology to you on his behalf. Senior, please let my family's young master off on account of family head. Humph. If not for this seat having some friends. H.I+P with Zhou Jia, with his words, this seat would definitely exterminate your vast Sun City," the person in the void said with a cold snort. Hearing these words, Zhou Yu's expression changed greatly. Looks like they provoked a terrifying existence today. From the other party's tone, one could discern that he did not attach any importance to vast Sun City at all. Zhou Yan even provoked him like that. What difference was there from seeking death? Senior, please calm your anger. Zhou Yu had no means and could only kowtow vigorously. You, a retainer, are somewhat loyal, but he offended this seat. The death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. The moment his voice faded, it was as if Zhou Yan suffered some kind of heavy blow. His entire person suddenly convulsed, then he toppled down stiffly. Zhou Yu turned pale with fright and hurriedly supported Zhou Yan. Senior, get lost. If Zhou Jia feels like challenging me, let him come find me, said the person in the void as he snorted coldly. Zhou Yu's expression changed and he fled, carrying Zhou Yan at a splitting pace. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands people were long dazed from watching. This mysterious person's strength was simply powerful until it made people's hair stand on end. Hearing the other party's tone, he did not even place the rank 1 Holy Land, vast Sun City, in his sights. It was just that all of them were rather curious why this mysterious person would take action to save the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Seeing Zhou Yu retreat, Tu Yu hurriedly brought Qin Qin and the rest to prostrate themselves on the ground towards the void and said, Tu Yu represents everyone in the Crimson Afterglow to give thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. If Senior has any instruction, feel free to instruct us. Tu Yu was a clever man too. The other party definitely would not take action to help the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land for no reason at all. This kind of existence, the Crimson Afterglow, would not enter the other party's arcane sights at all. That person in the void was silent for a moment, then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You're on the verge of dying and can at most only live for half a year's time. Looks like that guy finding me to refine the Nine-Yang Spring Restoring Pill was probably in order to refine for you. Take it. Consuming this pill, it will naturally help you to extend your longevity by 300 years. A medicinal pill flew out from within the void and arrived right in front of Tu Yu. Tu Yu was actually somewhat absent-minded for a moment as he held this medicinal pill. Nine-Yang Spring Restoring Pill. This was the Nine-Yang Spring Restoring Pill. What kind of character would actually refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill for him? This mysterious person in front of him was definitely at the divine king realm without any doubt. But what kind of person could request the other party to refine such a Tier 9 medicinal pill? To Yu was very clear that this 9-yang spring restoring pill, even ordinary alchemy emperors could not refine it either. To be able to refine it, they were all characters who had reached the peak of perfection in alchemy. Chen Qin saw Tu Yu in a daze and promptly nudged him a bit. Tu Yu came back to his sense and hurriedly knelt down to give thanks. Senior's great kindness, Tu Yu will never forget it. No need to thank me. Better thank that boy called Yi Yuan. For me to refine this pill on his behalf is also considered returning him a favor. Forget it, looks like he really isn't here. Since there's no luck to meet today, I'll save it for the future. When these words were said, there was no longer any sound in the void. That mysterious person clearly left already. Chapter 848. 1 year. Chapter 848. 1 year in the Holy Hall. All of the Crimson Afterglow's elders were shockingly present. Inside the Holy Hall at present was dead silent. Each and every one of them did not know how to start talking. Too many things happened today. Everyone had yet to digest it. Finally, it was still Tu Yu who was the first to speak up. Gentlemen, these few years, this emperor was also compelled against my will to linger on with my final breath of life until today. It's just that didn't expect Yi Yuan could actually invite such a major power to specially refine a 9-yang spring restoring pill for this emperor. Honestly speaking, I don't know what to say right now as well. Tu Yu was indeed very complicated in his heart. His original intent was to groom Yi Yuan to take over. But little did he think that Yi Yuan actually secretly requested that level of existence to refine the 9-yang spring restoring pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, for him. This favor was owed too great. Even throwing in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could not match this medicinal pill's value either. Yi Yuan was clearly just a lower realm martial artist who had ascended not long ago. His cultivation realm was merely boundless realm. But he actually had enemies like the vast Sun City, and also had friends like that mysterious person. This level of connections was completely not what a rank 9 holy land like the Crimson Afterglow could stick a foot in. Putting aside that Zhou Yan only brought along Zhou Yu, even if Zhou Yan came by himself, eradicating the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was also plenty to spare. Tao Profound versus Phaseless indeed had an overwhelming advantage. But this kind of advantage was not absolute. To Zhou Yan, this level of genius, he could rely on powerful concepts comprehension to heaven-defyingly defeat a first-level Tao Profound. Moreover, the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, this kind of ocular arts lethality was extremely formidable. Crossing realms to battle was even more like having a common meal. These made Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai become even more mysterious. Making Yi Yuan become the Crimson Afterglow's young lord seemed to have become a joke. Because Yi Yuan was someone on a completely different level from them. When Chen Qin saw the situation, he hastily said the reason for Tu Yu's great loss in longevity. Everyone felt lingering fear after hearing it too. But after Wu Siyuan heard it, his expression changed drastically and said, "Holy followers, we ran into 2 very powerful opponents in the boneyard. They called themselves holy followers." Tu Yu's expression changed. He did not think that such an incident even happened before in the boneyard. After Wu Siyuan returned, he always had carefully avoided mentioning the boneyard matters. This was still his first time opening his mouth to mention about the matters that happened underground. It was just that Tu Yu never thought that Wu Siyuan actually ran into holy followers at the boneyard. Furthermore, it was 2 at once. What? You guys ran into 2 holy followers? No wonder the casualties were so severe. It's just that those holy followers all had extremely formidable strength, you guys. How did you guys escape? Tu Yu said in puzzlement. He himself had exchanged blows with a holy follower before and was naturally aware of a holy follower's prowess. If not for the crimson afterglow's forbidden art being powerful, he would have long been killed by the other party already. Even so, you still lost the crimson afterglow's most valuable treasure before considering it spending money to get rid of a calamity. They were killed by Yuan. Wu Xiyuan ruminated for a moment before saying, "What did you say? The two holy follower were both killed by Yuan? How is that possible?" Tu said in disbelief. "Holy Lord, the specific circumstances I can't tell you. Otherwise, the entire crimson afterglow might suffer a disastrous calamity," Wu Xiyuan said with a frown. "That black-clothed person's might, he witnessed it with his own eyes. A pag. Oh, de slaying two holy follower expert. Too powerful." Long Ting's warning was still ringing in his ears. If this matter was divulged, Long Ting might really do away with witnesses to prevent divulgence of one's secrets. Even the crimson afterglow holy land was out of the question. Tu Yu's expression turned apprehensive. The matters that happened in the boneyard was clearly even more complicated than he imagined. He nodded his head straight away and said, "Forget it, this emperor won't make things difficult for you either. Hopefully, Yuan will be blessed by heaven and can return safe and sound." A year's time said in a twinkle. But to Yuan it was an extremely drawn-out process. He felt like he had a very, very long dream. He walked in the dark, walked and walked, but forever could not walk to the end. Where am I? Seems like my divine soul is being restrained? My divine soul was clearly already torn to shreds by Fianji. Oh Di Jialan. Why is it still well right now? Could it be I'm already dead? Yuan muttered to himself. This question, he thought for very long in this dark space, but failed to find an answer. Yuan could not figure it out right now, whether he was alive or dead. Ugh! Finally came. This will suppression seems to be getting stronger and stronger. In this darkness, the only thing that made Yuan feel like he existed was this will suppression. At set intervals, he would be devastated by this will suppression once. This kind of devastation practically made him had a breakdown. But in this darkness without any hope, his breakdown meant nothing at all. Because Yuan did not even know whether he was alive or dead right now. This incomprehensible will suppression was even many times more powerful than that azure dragon will Yuan cut down in the past. Yuan was wrecked utterly dog-tired by him each time before that will would suddenly disappear as if it had never appeared before. From the very beginning 100 breaths of time, to later, a quarter of an hour, 2 hours, then to the current half a day, Yuan felt that he was in the midst of continuously strengthening. That will was akin to great waves was. Plussing away the sand, continuously scouring Yuan's nerves, making him wish that he was dead. That sort of feeling was seriously too overwhelmingly depressing. But right now, Yuan was already thoroughly numb towards this sort of feeling. His endurance was goodness knows how many times stronger compared to when it just started. Finally Pa said, "Am I kind of asking for it a little right now? Why do I feel somewhat uneasy all over if this will doesn't come? But being devastated for so long, it seems like my will suppression became considerably stronger too." Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile but released his own will suppression. He could distinctly feel that he had grown quite a bit in this dark space. All of a sudden, there was a blur before Yuan's eyes. It actually changed scenes. "Master, you finally woke up. This 1 year, you worried Blackwind to death." Opening his eyes, the first thing Yuan heard was Blackwind's voice. Yuan blinked his eyes, clearly still kind of dazed. "Ugh! Blackwind? I came out?" Yuan said sluggishly. "Came out? What came out? Master, you have always been underground here and didn't go out." Blackwind said baffledly. Underground? Yuan furrowed his brows. Memories instantly filled his entire head. He still remembered Fianji. Oh, Di Jialan suddenly making a move at that time, tunneling directly into his sea of consciousness, and grinding up his divine soul. Then he knew nothing after that. Right at that time, a burst of mysterious power blasted right onto Jialan's fiendish sense, shocking him out of his sea of consciousness. After that, darkness descended, wrapping Yi Yuan's tattered divine soul inside entirely. Then afterward it was that infinite torture. Chapter 849, Transformation. Chapter 849. Transformation. Black bead. What saved him must be the black bead. This black bead was truly miraculous. His divine soul was already heavily wounded by Fiend Ji. Oh! Di Jialan and the black bead actually brought him back to life. Then what confined him inside the dark S.P.A.C. was also the black bead. Just what the H.E.L. is this black bead to actually be so miraculous? Yi Yuan muttered. What bead is Master talking about? Oh, right, when that Fiend Ji. Oh! Di Jialan came out from Master's body. He mentioned before about some soul-suppressing pearl. Blackwind suddenly recalled something and said, Soul-suppressing pearl? Yi Yuan was stunned but had never heard this name before. Back then, when he obtained this black bead from the Grand Yen True Sex ruins, it entered his sea of consciousness incomprehensibly. And it also saved him several times at critical junctures. This time, it even forcefully dragged him back from an extent from impending death, fully restoring his tattered divine soul. And, you said just now 1 year? I've already slept here for a year's time? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. Yes, Master. In the beginning, Blackwind was very worried about Master's safety. But later, although Master did not wake up, you continuously broke through cultivation realms in your sleep, making Blackwind endlessly amazed. Only then did I set my mind at ease. Just earlier, Master actually directly broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm in your sleep and didn't even trigger any heavenly tribulation. It's seriously too incredible. After Yi Yuan fell into a coma, his aura had always been vague and fleeting, looking very frightening, as if he might pass away at any time. Blackwind was also anxious but could not do anything by the side, completely at a loss on what to do. But after this kind of state kept persisting for a period of time, not only did Yi Yuan not die, he directly broke through a minor cultivation realm instead, breaking through to the 5th level boundless realm. This discovery made Blackwind unbelievably shocked. He was already going to die and could actually still break through? Then, around a month's time said again, Yi Yuan actually broke through once more. In 1 year, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually soared rapidly, breaking through all the way to peak 9th level boundless realm. From the initial most worry, Blackwind became astonished. Yi Yuan's situation was too strange. Blackwind had no way of understanding at all. But one thing was certain, Yi Yuan was already fine. Which dying person could still break through continuously? But recently, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already reached the nodal point of breaking through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm. Blackwind became worried again. This heavenly tribulation from middle 3 realms to upper 3 realms was not that easy to transcend. But just now, Yi Yuan directly broke through to Heaven Enlightenment realm, and he did not even trigger the heavenly tribulation. Breaking through the middle 3 realms, one must experience a major heavenly tribulation once. With Yi Yuan's strength, this heavenly tribulation's power was bound to not be small. But right now, he already finished breaking through, and even a hint of the heavenly tribulation could not be seen. This really made Blackwind's jaws drop. Yi Yuan also could not quite make head or tail of it but recalled his experiences inside the dark S.P.A.C. Could it be that the will devastation in the dark S.P.A.C. was actually cultivation? Yi Yuan immediately examined his own divine soul and discovered that between the eyebrows of his divine soul, there was indeed an additional eye. This was the hallmark of breaking through to the heaven enlightenment realm, opening a heavenly eye. Upper three realms gained enlightenment on Tao. The so-called heaven enlightenment realm was the divine soul unlocking a heavenly eye and could have a preliminary glimpse into the secrets of heavenly Tao. This heavenly eye was a kind of resonance between the divine soul and heavenly Tao. Martial artists could see the power of laws that they could not see in the past through the heavenly eye, and comprehend these power of laws and use them for themselves from there. Wanting to reach this step was a tremendous test to middle three realms martial artists. One must comprehend sufficiently profound concepts before breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm to be able to open up the heavenly eye easier. And after opening the heavenly eye, martial artists' speed of comprehending concepts would be dozens of times faster compared to before. Especially those genius martial artists, their comprehension speed could increase hundreds, thousands of times. Heaven enlightenment realm was the realm where one truly soared to the skies in one move. Therefore, reaching heaven enlightenment realm, martial artists' strength would have a qualitative leap. Boundless realm, martial artists were completely inadequate to look at in front of heaven enlightenment realms. However, precisely because comprehending concepts before heaven enlightenment realm was more difficult, it was even harder to come by for Yi Yuan to be able to comprehend a supreme true intent to the fifth stage before heaven enlightenment realm. In terms of concepts comprehension, Yi Yuan did not choose the easy way in the least bit. He relied on his comprehension abilities to understand it step by step. Yi Yuan examined his essence energy C again and discovered that his essence energy C already reached a horrifying circumference of 1,000,000 feet unknowingly. This level was as many as dozens of times of ordinary heaven enlightenment realm martial artists. Solely in terms of essence energy C, Yi Yuan could compare to middle stage heaven enlightenment realm martial artists now too. Truly inconceivable. My soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint. What surprised Yi Yuan more was still his soul force. In the past, Yi Yuan's divine soul realm always followed his cultivation realm. Even if his soul force already reached the level of great circle of perfection, it was also not possible to break through the body's fetters. But now, he actually smashed these fetters. Yi Yuan had never heard before that someone's divine soul realm could actually break through the body's limit. Even if your divine soul cultivation method was cultivated any more fearsomely, it was also impossible for initial stage heaven enlightenment realm martial artists to cultivate to middle stage alchemy saint. But now Yi Yuan did it. What? Master just broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm, and your soul force actually already reached middle stage alchemy saint? How is this possible? Blackwind was shocked to the core. Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. A surge of powerful soul force was released. Sensing Yi Yuan's soul force, Blackwind's eyes were filled with disbelief. Really middle stage alchemy saint? My God, how can such a miraculous thing happen in this world? Blackwind was already unable to use words to describe his astonishment. This sort of impossible-to-happen thing actually really happened in front of him. No matter what divine soul cultivation method one cultivated in, it was not possible to break through to the next level at a corresponding cultivation realm. This was common sense. But the current Yi Yuan shattered this common sense. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I don't know what's going on either. Looks like the problem still occurred with the soul-suppressing pearl. Seems like I still have to find Jiaolan when there's a chance and inquire about this soul-suppressing pearl's matters from him. Jiaolan coming into being should originally be a matter that made the divine realm fall into immense terror, but he was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Especially the time where he seized possession, Jiaolan's fiendish sense probably injured his foundations. He completely had no way of recovering to his peak state within a short time. If Yi Yuan met Jiaolan again, Yi Yuan believed that he should have sufficient strength to deal with him. Master breaking through the body's limits, this kind of thing, you must take care not to expose it in front of people. Otherwise, it will stir up huge problems, Blackwind said with a solemn face. Once this sort of thing was revealed, Yi Yuan would surely be treated as a lab rat, drawing countless people's covetous eyes. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You don't need you to remind me about this. I naturally got it. Oh right, I remember that there were still 2 holy followers at that time. Those 2 people's strengths were extremely formidable. Why didn't they attack us?" Blackwind's expression dimmed as he said, "Lord Throne, his condition seems to be very bad." Chapter 850. Chaotic Devil Sea. Chapter 850. Chaotic Devil Sea. Hearing Blackwind telling the situation on that day, Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. After he went into a coma, Long Ting actually forcefully deployed the vast heaven pag. And slew the 2 holy followers. Actually, regarding Long Ting's ident. 1. Tai Yi Yuan had some surmises long ago. However, Long Ting did not tell him, so he did not go and expose it either. Even if the dragon race's lifespan was a lot longer compared to the human race, it was absolutely impossible for Long Ting to live for 50,000 years either. As for what Long Ting said before, Fang Tian letting him survive until now through altering the flow of time, that was even more absurd. Forget about Long Ting, even Fang Tian himself, as long as he did not break through to deity realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to live until now either. Even if Fang Tian had heaven-defying attainments in the Tao of time. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, Long Ting should be the vast heaven pag. Da's artifact spirit. Although Yi Yuan refined the vast heaven steel, due to his cultivation realm being too low, he was completely unable to unleash the true power of the vast heaven pag. Yi Yuan reckoned that even if the vast heaven pag, Da's grade did not reach divine artifact, it was probably not far off either. However, Long Ting's condition being poor was true. Yi Yuan estimated that during the great monumental battle 50,000 years ago, Long Ting probably suffered considerable injuries too, resulting in him not recovering until now. Forcefully deploying the vast heaven pag. Da was overly forceful to the Long Ting in this kind of state. Blackwind said that after Long Ting returned to the vast heaven pag, he never came out again either. Even though Blackwind could not make head or tail of the situation, Long Ting's weakness, he perceived it. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately entered inside the vast heaven pag. At present, Yi Yuan already broke through to heaven enlightenment realm. After entering the vast heaven pag, he distinctly sensed that it was somewhat different from before. Yi Yuan came before the vast heaven steel and sunk his divine sense inside. Some of the hidden spac he previously could not sense actually surfaced in his mind vividly. That Fang Tian was indeed a monstrous genius, to actually still have such attainments in the Tao of artifact refining. Vast heaven pag. Is a marvelous creation excelling nature. It's probably not far from the divine artifact of the legends either. Yi Yuan sighed with admiration. Ever since deity realm powerhouses vanished, divine artifacts had never appeared in the divine realm again. For Fang Tian to refine the vast heaven pag, with his own ability, it could be seen how formidable his strength was. His heart stirred. Yi Yuan's figure appeared inside a secret spac in the vast heaven pag. In here, Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that the flow of time became much slower. In front of a black silhouette. It was precisely the Long Ting whom he had not met for a long time. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrival, Long Ting did not have any reaction at all. He was still sound asleep. If it were normally, Yi Yuan's appearance would surely have startled Long Ting. Senior Long Ting. The Long Ting in his slumber slowly opened his eyes, clearly very low-spirited. When he saw Yi Yuan, he could not help revealing a relieved expression. Yi Yuan, I knew that this brat's life is tenacious and won't die that easily. And you broke through to Heaven Enlightenment Realm? Not bad. Not bad. Long Ting forced a laugh. Yi Yuan bowed deeply and said, Many thanks for Senior's grace of saving my life. Hoo, you're the owner of the vast Heaven Pag. Oh duh. Naturally, you can also be called as my master. I obviously can't watch you be killed by that Jialan Paas. Sively. Long Ting saying this was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging his ident. 1. Tai as the artifact spirit. Yi Yuan's intelligence. He had long bore witness before and knew that Yi Yuan definitely guessed his ident. 1. Tai long ago. It was just that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low at that time and did not obtain his true approval. Yi Yuan could not even control the vast Heaven Pag. Oh how could Long Ting easily acknowledge him as his master? Senior forcefully deployed the vast Heaven Pag. Oh you have likely already injured your foundation. Can you allow Yi Yuan to do a check? Yi Yuan did not have superfluous words of thanks. This kindness, it was enough for him to remember in his heart. Long Ting nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan's soul force crept up and started investigating Long Ting's situation. Long Ting trembled slightly and exclaimed in surprise, Your cultivation is at the first level Heaven Enlightenment Realm, so why would you have middle stage alchemy Saint Soul Force? I can't make head or tail of this either. But it should be the effect of that whatever soul-suppressing pearl, right? Senior, don't resist, wait for me to check a little while. Yi Yuan carefully swept over Long Ting's body, but his brows knitted together. Artifact spirit, this kind of existence was very special, as long as the vast Heaven Pag. Was not destroyed, Long Ting could survive for an extremely long time. But for Long Ting, as a proud member of the dragon race, to willingly become the vast Heaven Pag. Da's artifact spirit, it could be seen that his relations Hi+P with Fong Tian was not ordinary. Although becoming an artifact spirit, he could obtain a long life, the price was to never enter samsara. The existence of artifact spirits was somewhat similar to divine souls but had differences. Under normal circumstances, it was very hard for artifact spirits to get injured. But once injured, it was extremely troublesome. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago, Senior injured your foundation, forcefully deploying the vast Heaven Pag. Senior's wounds added injuries on top of injuries, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Long Ting said smilingly, Looks like you guessed it since long ago. That's right. During that great battle 50,000 years ago, the vast Heaven Pag, once withstood a heaven-quaking blow from the heavenly fiend Ji. Head-on before. The vast Heaven Pag, itself suffered tremendous damage, while I also damaged my foundation under that blow. Originally, in these 50,000 years, my injuries already improved quite a bit. But forcefully deploying the vast Heaven Pag, this time aggravated my injuries again. But you don't have to worry either, I won't die. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard that too. To be able to severely wound the vast Heaven Pag, comparable to a divine artifact, that heavenly fiend Ji. D's strength was truly daunting until it made people's hair stand on its end. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Senior, you don't need to feign composure anymore. Although artifact spirits' longevity is long, they are not of undying bodies. Your injuries have never gotten better because you injured your foundation, and your self-recovery abilities weakened greatly. If it continues to deteriorate like this, you'll probably thoroughly perish before long. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Chaotic Devil Sea. Chaotic Devil Sea? Long Ting said in puzzlement. The era when Long Ting roamed the divine realm unhindered, the factions were already completely different from presently. The name Chaotic Devil Sea, it was still his first time hearing it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, N? The chaotic Devil Sea is formed by 7 great regions. These 7 great regions don't belong to any forces. In the chaotic Devil Sea, the strong reigns supreme, going on a killing spree at the word of disagreement. There is no order to speak of whatsoever. It's a haven for those wicked people, and people who aren't willing to be restricted by rules. In the chaotic Devil Sea, they don't look at the background, only strength. To the divine realm, the chaotic Devil Sea was a very special place. That place was utterly chaotic. Killing people to seize treasures was common occurrences. As long as you had sufficient strength, you could live very comfortably there. Outside martial artists entering, they were completely unable to adapt at all. Wanting to sit around and do nothing, waiting to die, was totally impossible. Want to survive, one had to become stronger. In the chaotic Devil Sea, there was no lack of some targets wanted by major forces. But as long as they enter the chaotic Devil Sea, those forces would not be able to do anything about them at all. Even super holy lands could not either. Putting it bluntly, this was a world where the strong feasts and the weak were prey. In that place, it was teeming with the flavor of primitiveness. Going to that sort of place for what? Even though you broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm, going to that kind of place is too dangerous, right? Long Ting's countenance changed as he said. Chapter 851. Young Lord Returning. Chapter 851. Young Lord Returning. Although Long Ting had not been to the chaotic Devil Sea before, hearing Yi Yuan's simple description, he knew that place definitely had a large group of murderous and wicked villains. That kind of place, experts were probably in abundance. Experts that were able to survive there, their strength should definitely be incomparably formidable. Even those great Holy Land's geniuses might not be stronger than them. As for such a place, there were definitely a large group of Tao Profound Realm experts too. That went even more without saying. Even those phaseless realm martial artists might not be people that Yi Yuan could easily cross realms to battle with. The White Valiant region was just one of the divine realm's most remote regions. The martial artists here, their strengths were not very strong. But in the chaotic Devil Sea, that kind of place could be said to be a place where countless divine realm powerhouses gathered. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Therefore, Long Ting's concern was not utterly unjustifiable. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "If I can't even handle a chaotic Devil Sea, my great vengeance don't need to be avenged anymore either. Senior, rest assured. A mere chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan, still won't place in my sights. Senior's injuries can't be delayed. Only by going to the chaotic Devil Sea can it be treated." Long Ting's expression became slightly austere as he said, "Just what does the chaotic Devil Sea have that you insist on going?" Skunda Divine Stone. Yi Yuan nonchalantly uttered 3 words but made Long Ting's expression change drastically. "What did you say? That chaotic Devil Sea actually has Skunda Divine Stones?" "That's right. What I know at present, in the divine realm, only the chaotic Devil Sea has Skunda Divine Stones. Only Skunda Divine Stones can aid Senior to consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence, to recover to your peak condition," Yi Yuan said. Skunda Divine Stone was a type of extremely rare wondrous item. It had extremely great noise, HI+ing effects towards divine souls, primordial spirits, artifact spirits, these types of existences. Since Long Ting was an artifact spirit, Yi Yuan had no way of refining medicinal pills for him at all. Only the Skunda Divine Stone, which was a kind of heaven and earth wonder, could treat his injuries. Long Ting gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression, but he shook his head and said, "This place that produces Skunda Divine Stones is probably exceedingly dangerous, right? With your current strength, it's likely too dangerous. And I already don't have strength left to spare to control the vast heaven pag." "Oh. One more time again." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard and said, "Senior just have to care about recuperating in this place. Other things, leave them to me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he exited the vast heaven pag. Directly. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Long Ting was slightly dazed. Only after a long time did he scold with a smile, "Stinking brat?" Although Yi Yuan inherited the vast heaven pag. For such a long time, he had always been testing Yi Yuan's character. Therefore, Yi Yuan actually did not truly obtain much help after acquiring the vast heaven pag. For a long time. Without this artifact's spirit's approval, Yi Yuan could not even find this secret S.P.A.C. But this time, Yi Yuan entering the boneyard without a single backward glance, wanting to slay Fiend Ji. Di Jiaolan, finally made Long Ting thoroughly accept Yi Yuan. This recent period of time, an extremely major incident happened in the White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord, Tu Yu, actually gained a new lease on life. After secluding for 10 months, he miraculously broke through to second-level Dao Profound. This incident shocked the entire White Valiant region. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was filled with exultation from top to bottom. The depressing air as said these few years was instantly swept clean. The other 6 Holy Lands' Holy Lords all issued greeting cards to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, wanting to come to the White Valiant region to express felicitations to Tu Yu. Helpless, Tu Yu could only organize a grand ceremony to welcome guests from all over. Holy Lord, the 6 Holy Lands' Holy Lords are all already waiting in the Great Hall. Chen Qin entered and said. Tu Yu darted Chen Qin a glance and said, "Sigh, you also know that my lucky breakthrough this time was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan's life and death is uncertain, we're hosting some grand ceremony in Crimson Afterglow. I can't get past this psychological hurdle." Chen Qin said helplessly, "This is also something that can't be helped. Holy Lord breaking through to the second-level Dao Profound this time, not only does your strength reign supreme in the White Valiant region, but your longevity also increased several hundred years out of thin air." Although the 6 great Holy Lands' Holy Lords didn't say it explicitly, for them to come personally to congratulate, they are already expressing their intent to submit. If we don't accept it, it will instead cause everybody to panic. As for Yi Yuan, this subordinate also wishes for him to come back safe and sound soon. But his matters are evidently already not what we can poke our noses into. Be that as it may, I keep feeling like I owe Yi Yuan too much in my heart, Tu Yu said with a sigh. Talking about owing, it's not a matter of just Holy Lord alone. The entire Crimson Afterglow all owe him far too much, Chen Qin said helplessly. That Divine King Powerhouse said before when giving Tu Yu the medicinal pill, he owed Yi Yuan a favor. To be able to make this kind of existence owe a favor, Yi Yuan's background was definitely not small. Therefore, the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was actually very embarrassed, said right now, especially Tu Yu. He felt like he owed Yi Yuan too much, but he had no way of repaying Yi Yuan anything. Especially now that a year had passed, and there was no news about Yi Yuan. This made Tu Yu feel even more fearful and in suspense. "Say, do you think Yi Yuan can come back or not?" Tu Yu said. Chen Qin could not help choking up, nodding his head, then shaking his head again. But in the end, he did not know what he should say. According to the way Wu Xiyuan said it, Yi Yuan was injured extremely severely at that time. Now, there was already no news for an entire year. The likelihood of survival was probably already very low. In the end, Tu Yu gave a long sigh, but he still went out toward the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, the Crimson Afterglow organized a grand celebration. The White Valiant region's major and minor forces practically all gathered at the Crimson Afterglow, all here to express congratulations to Tu Yu. Congratulations, Holy Lord. Tuesday soaring to the skies in one bound this time seriously made people endlessly shocked. Holy Lord Tu is indeed a prodigious talent. In the future, our Cloud Watchtower Holy Land will listen only to the Crimson Afterglow's orders. The Crimson Afterglow is well deserving of being a veteran Holy Land with deep foundations. Holy Lord 2 breaking through to the second level Tao profound this time, you have got to take care of us in the future. The ones talking were all Holy Lords. These Holy Lords had always been contending in secret between themselves to see who could be the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. And among them, Tu Yu's age was the oldest. His hope was naturally the bleakest as well. These few years, it had always been widely rumored that Tu Yu entered close seclusion, wanting to break through to second level Tao profound, but he had never succeeded. Not only the Crimson Afterglow's own people doubted Tu Yu, but even these holy lords were also very suspicious about Tu Yu's situation too. If not for Tu Yu's age being the oldest and his strength being the strongest too, they would probably have made a move long ago to probe. But now they never would have thought that among the 7 holy lords, it was actually Tu Yu who was the first to break through to the second level Tao profound realm. In front of people, Tu Yu naturally would not display dispirited emotions. He immediately said coolly, "Everybody doesn't have to be courteous. The White Valiant region is everyone's White Valiant region, not my Tu Yu's personal White Valiant region. Our White Valiant region belongs to the bottom-of-the-barrel existences in the divine realm. Everybody should support each other, all the more so, like birds of a feather." When making polite and insincere comments, Tu Yu did not even blink his eyes. But right at this time, someone shouted at the top of voice outside the door, "Young Lord came back! Why, young Lord Yi has returned!" Tu Yu's expression changed, and his face immediately revealed a look of wild elation as he vanished from inside the great hall with a whoosh. 0. Starting from this chapter, we will capitalize G and S in Great and Super Holy Land. Chapter 852. Double Happiness. Chapter 852. Double Happiness. On the Crimson Afterglow streets, a group of people tiered around a young man, all incredibly excited. "Young Lord, it's great that you're all right. You have no idea, we were all worried sick about you in this 1 year. Yeah, young Lord. Elder Wu came back and said that your situation was very bad. We were all worried to death. You're the hope of our Crimson Afterglow's future, nothing must happen. Yi, young Lord, you broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm already?" One could tell that these young men truly took Yi Yuan to be like an idol. They were very worried about him this period of time. Although the time Yi Yuan became the young lord was not long, his series of methods still brought everyone into submission. Even Wu Xiyuan yielded, let alone the rest. Furthermore, Soul Martial Divine King Zhong Zizhen's appearance the previous time made Yi Yuan's prestige in the youngsters' hearts rise to an impossible height even more. To have relations with such a terrifying existence, this young lord was truly remarkable. Tu Yu gaining a new lease on life and breaking through to the second level Tao profound realm, people coming from all around to pay respects, these were all intricately linked to young Lord Yi Yuan. If there were no Yi Yuan, those 6 holy lords would probably not be here to pay respects but sending out an army to attack instead. But when they discovered that Yi Yuan actually broke through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm, each and every one of them was so astonished that they could not close their mouth. Didn't Wu Xiyuan say that Yi Yuan was badly wounded and that his life was in critical danger? Why did he directly break through to the Heaven Enlightenment realm after a year of not appearing in public? Reality seemed to be entirely different from Elder Wu's version of things. Yi Yuan saw through everyone's doubts but said smilingly, "What Elder Wu said was right. When he left, I was indeed on the verge of dying. But later, I obtained some good fortune. Not only did my injuries recover fully, I even broke through cultivation realms consecutively." Wu Xiyuan was at loggerheads with Yi Yuan. This was something that was known to all in the Crimson Afterglow. These youngsters having doubts, that was within reason. In reality, Wu Xiyuan also suffered considerable skepticism in this 1 year. They did not know what happened in the boneyard. There were even people who suspected whether or not Wu Xiyuan struck a vicious blow against young Lord. But the Holy Lord did not seem to look into this matter excessively. In this 1 year, Wu Xiyuan had constantly lived in the seclusion of his own home and rarely came out. He himself withstood tremendous pressure too. If not for W.A.N. Jizan supporting Wu Xiyuan fervently, probably even you would not believe Wu Xiyuan either. Thanks to Yi Yuan, W.A.N. Jizan also returned alive this time. And this W.A.N. Jizan was first Elder Chen Qin's trusted confidant. Yi Yuan, it's great that you came back. A figure flashed, Tu Yu revealed his figure, his appearance extremely agitated. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound, a huge rock in his heart finally landed on the ground. Seeing Tu Yu appear, the others all gave a bow, then withdrew in succession. The Crimson Afterglow's people all understood why Tu Yu would be so agitated. Yi Yuan smiled as he cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations to Holy Lord for breaking through to second-level Dao Profound." Those youngsters chiming into the conversation, Yi Yuan also figured out what was going on in the Crimson Afterglow today. For Tu Yu to be able to break through to the second-level Dao Profound realm indicated that Zhong Zizhen already came by before. Tu Yu was originally peak first-level Dao Profound. Except, he had always been stuck at this bottleneck and was unable to break through. In proportion to the difficulty of refining, the 9 Yang Spring Restoring Pill's medicinal effects were extremely strong too. Tu Yu breaking through to second-level Dao Profound was within Yi Yuan's expectations. It was just that Yi Yuan did not expect that he would actually be gone for a year's time. What's there to congratulate about? Any greater joyous occasion can't match up to your safe return too. Tu Yu went up agitatedly to pull Yi Yuan into his arms, rather like old friends who had not met for many years. At this time, the other holy lords also followed outside. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in amazement. The relations Hi+P between the Holy Lord and the young lord can be said to be a relations Hi+P of a master and an apprentice as well. But there would never be a holy lord with such an attitude towards the young lord. The Xing Jun following behind the cloud watchtower holy lord was rather understanding towards this scene. He had witnessed before Yi Yuan's methods underground. He was certain that even if these holy lords were present, they absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's sort of extent either. Furthermore, hearing the news of Tu Yu breaking through to the second-level Dao Profound realm, Xing Jun's first reaction was that it had something to do with Yi Yuan. This was just a kind of intuition. Xing Jun could not say why either. Tu Yu had always been announcing that he was in seclusion to assault the second-level Dao Profound these few years, but he had never succeeded all along. Now Yi Yuan just became the young lord and Tu Yu successfully broke through. This was a bit too coincidental as well. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "What's Holy Lord saying? You're the backbone of the Crimson Afterglow. Now that you broke through to the second-level Dao Profound, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land has at least several hundred years of glory. This is the first-rate joyous occasion for our Crimson Afterglow." Yi Yuan's position in Tu Yu's heart was long not what a young lord could be summarized with. But today's protagonist was Tu Yu. Yi Yuan obviously would not be a gatecrasher and usurp the host's place. Furthermore, he was going to leave soon after. Coming back this time was primarily still for the sake of saying goodbye, but he did not expect to just happen to run into the grand celebration. "Haha, this emperor has too many things I wish to tell you. Let's have a good chat later. There are many guests present today, so let's not neglect them," Tu Yu said. Tu Yu naturally had a belly full of words he wanted to say to Yi Yuan. But these words were not appropriate to say explicitly in front of people, so he could only hold it in as well. When those holy lords saw Tu Yu's joyful appearance, each and every one of their expression turned dim. Entering the boneyard this time, 6 out of the 7 great holy lands' young lords perished all at once. Only Xing Jun alone returned. This threw their hearts into turmoil. To be able to become the young lord, each one of them depended on numerous resources of the Holy Land. The Holy Lords definitely also expended painstaking effort. Losing it all at once, it was hard for them to avoid feeling downcast in their hearts. It was just that they never thought that after a time interval of a year, Yi Yuan actually survived miraculously. It touched their sore spot all of a sudden. Gentlemen, today, my crimson afterglow is blessed with two joyous events at the same time. This emperor is very happy. Everybody, come into the great hall. He won't return without getting drunk. Tu Yu said heroically. Seeing Yi Yuan return safe and sound, he was too happy in his heart. As for his current behavior, it was very different from how he usually acted. These holy lords were all shrewd and astute and naturally perceived something different. Regarding this crimson afterglow's newly ascended young lord, they all cast over curious looks. When he was sing by Xing Jun also said with a cheerful look, Brother Yi being able to return safely, this Xing is glad from the bottom of my heart. I just didn't expect that Brother Yi profited from a misfortune this time and actually broke through to the heaven enlightenment realm. When Xing Jun saw Yi Yuan, he was incomparably shocked in his heart too. Having his divine soul minced by Fiend Ji. Di Jiaolan, not only did Yi Yuan's injuries recover fully, he even broke through a major cultivation realm in a year's time. This was simply something inconceivable. Yi Yuan gave Xing Jun a glance with a profound meaning and said smilingly, Time waits for no man, Brother Xing got to buck up too. Perhaps someday when the divine realm gets thrown into chaos, I still have to rely on Brother Xing's strength. Xing Jun's heart went cold, immediately feeling greater pressure. The might of the Fiend Ji. Di was already deeply imprinted in his mind. If Fiend Ji. Di Jiaolan really could recover to his pinnacle strength, that would truly be a great calamity to the divine realm. Chapter 853, Send-Off. Chapter 853, Send-Off. What? You want to go to the chaotic devil sea? After the great celebration, Tu Yu dragged Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber without delay to carry out a conversation. But the words Yi Yuan's threw out gave Tu Yu a fright. Yes, I have important things and must make a trip to the chaotic devil sea. Yi Yuan nodded and said, But Yi Yuan suddenly mentioning that he wanted to leave thoroughly threw Tu Yu's tempo into confusion. He actually did not know what to say for a moment. Only after thinking for a long time, did Tu Yu say, Then, will you still be coming back? At present, Tu Yu was already aware that the crimson afterglow, this temple, was too small, and simply could not accommodate Yi Yuan, a great deity. It was just that Tu Yu never expected that this day would actually arrive so quickly. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Tu Yu's concerns and said smilingly, Rest assured, Holy Lord. No matter where I go, I'll always be the crimson afterglow's young lord. But I probably can't make it back for a short while. This sentence represented Yi Yuan's promise to Tu Yu. When Yi Yuan soared in the future, he would absolutely pull the crimson afterglow Holy Land along. It was just that right now, Yi Yuan was unable to stay in the crimson afterglow anymore. Yi Yuan was carrying too many things on his shoulders. He had more things to do. A measly little crimson afterglow was not his stage. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Tu Yu's expression became complicated. He finally gave a sigh and said, Ever since that lord appeared, I knew that you'd leave sooner or later one day. But didn't expect that it was so soon. Since your mind is made up, I won't hold you back anymore. This life of mine was given by you. If you have any needs, feel free to speak. That's not right, Holy Lord. The crimson afterglow's foundation, the desolate ancient drip essence pool, was ruined by me. Yi Yuan is seized with fear. Just a measly little 9-yang spring restoring pill, Holy Lord don't have to worry about it, Yi Yuan said. The value of the primeval dragon bone was far above that of the 9-yang spring restoring pill. Its significance to Yi Yuan was absolutely not what a 9-yang spring restoring pill could compare to either. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan possibly utilize such a huge favor to make the sole martial divine king of the 10 great divine kings, Zhong Zizhen, take action to refine this 9-yang spring restoring pill? Yi Yuan could feel that Tu Yu was truly planning on grooming him as the successor, so he had quite a favorable impression towards Crimson Afterglow as well. But Tu Yu shook his head and said, the desolate ancient drip essence pool's significance was actually already not great to Crimson Afterglow. Otherwise, we wouldn't have kept on going downhill too. Forefather, that sort of peerless genius is not so easy to show up. You being able to walk to the 7th level of the desolate ancient drip essence pool was already a miracle to the Crimson Afterglow. The desolate ancient drip essence pool was good, but not everybody could walk to the 7th level region. Except that this time, the Crimson Afterglow really produced several fine saplings. Especially Yi Yuan, he actually walked to the final level. This was already a tie with Forefather's record. If there were no accidents, Yi Yuan breaking through to the Divine King realm was no issue at all. One had to know that the Forefather was an existence comparable to the 10 great Divine Kings. His strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, no matter which aspect one looked at, Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defyingly scary. His future accomplishments might not be lower than Forefather's. Oh, right, with that guy's temperament, seeing that I'm not in the Crimson Afterglow, he shouldn't take the initiative to make an appearance. How did you detect that fellow's existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked. Tu Yu's heart was slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan's tone when talking was very casual, like he was old friends with that lord. Tu Yu was shrewd with age, and could naturally tell that Yi Yuan was not putting on an appearance. But this involuntarily made him become even more curious. Just what kind of person was Yi Yuan, to actually be able to become friends with that kind of existence? A person who was able to think nothing of vast Sun City, no matter how one racked their heads. He was not an ordinary Divine King powerhouse either. Seeing Yi Yuan inquire, Tu Yu naturally would not hide it either, giving a recount of the situation that happened that day. Yi Yuan frowned hard when he heard that. He did not think that there was still such a thing in between this. This was really an accident arising from many causes. Otherwise, when he returned now, the Crimson Afterglow would probably be a wasteland already. Thinking about it, he was filled with lingering fear after the event too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Zhou Yan actually refused to give up on his evil designs, and he even came to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Looks like not teaching him a bit of lesson, this fellow would really go from bad to worse. Yi Yuan's expression was as dark as water. A terrifying aura emitted very naturally. Tu Yu could not help being slightly startled when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan was clearly only Heaven Enlightenment realm, but he actually gave rise to feelings of dread towards Yi Yuan's aura. Looks like after coming out from the chaotic Devil Sea, I'll have to drop by vast Sun City, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Tu Yu was speechless when he heard that. Vast Sun City was a rank 1 holy land with deep foundations. Just the Divine King powerhouses were quite a few. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was shocking and he was already a phaseless realm martial artist after coming out of the chaotic Devil Sea, it was not possible to deal with a vast Sun City too, right? But thinking about how Yi Yuan knew that lord, Tu Yu let go of his worries too. As long as he called that lord, presumably vast Sun City would really not dare to act rashly without careful consideration, right? The next day morning, in front of Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's large-scale transmission array, came a dozen overfigures. They were all here to send Yi Yuan off. Brother Yi, I didn't expect that you'll be leaving right after you came back. This Xing was still planning on finding you to enjoy a cup of wine and have a nice chat. Seems like there's no opportunity. The chaotic Devil Sea is different from the White Valiant region. Brother Yi got to be careful everywhere. Xing Jun clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan smiled as he said, rest as. Assured Brother Xing, this ye is naturally aware. Brother Xing understands the righteousness of a cause. In the future, your accomplishments are bound to be limitless. This white valiant region is too small. If there's a chance, best to go out and walk around more. Entering the boneyard this time, Xing Jun's performance made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The human race had an enormous population but was in a state of disunity. People with courage and were worthy like Xing Jun were really not many. Now that the divine realm's undercurrents were surging and Fiend Ji. Oh. Di Jialan came into being, it was precisely a period of trouble. People like Xing Jun, naturally the more the merrier. Xing Jun smiled and said, Brother Yi has the same thought as this Xing. Even if Brother Yi didn't say, this Xing plans to go out and walk around sometime soon too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and fished out a small bottle, and threw it to Xing Jun as he said, This is a Dharma word pill that this ye refined yesterday night. I believe it will be of some help to Brother Xing. Xing Jun's entire body trembled as he received the Dharma word pill in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief. This is really a Dharma word pill? This Xing has long heard before of the name of Dharma word pill, but body in the white valiant region is able to refine this pill. Didn't expect that Brother Yi actually has such capability. Xing Jun marveled. Dharma word pill was a medicinal pill that helped Heaven Enlightenment Realm medicinal pills break through to Phaseless Realm. Although it was a Tier 7 medicinal pill, it was extremely hard to refine. Even that Cloud Watchtower Holy Land's alchemy venerable powerhouses could not refine it at all either. Xing Jun was unable to imagine that Yi Yuan actually only used a night's time to refine a Dharma word pill. Regarding Yi Yuan's martial strength, Xing Jun had a clear understanding long ago. But he did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such heaven-defying attainments in alchemy. Ho-hu, Dharma word pill isn't considered some incredible medicinal pill. It's not hard for this Yi to refine. Alright, thanks so much for coming to send me off, everyone. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 854. Super Transmission Array. Chapter 854. Super Transmission Array. EC City was the Dinghe region's rank 4 Holy Land, and EC City was a subordinate force of Dawn Heavenly Palace, one of the 8 great Super Holy Lands. EC City was very prosperous because in the nearby several major regions, only EC City had a super long-distance transmission array. In the Divine Realm, wanting to cross several major regions to go on a journey, one must pass through a super long-distance transmission array. Martial artists likely required several years, even several decades to complete the journey if they relied solely on one's own strength to fly. Of course, if one's strength reached the Divine King Realm, that was something else entirely. Boy, stop looking. The Super Transmission Array is spoiled. Want to hop onto the transmission array? Go queue up and register over there. A 9th level Heaven Enlightenment City guard berated, and did not have any respect towards this young man in front of him at all. And the target he was berating was precisely Yi Yuan, who came far away from the White Valiant region. The fees required for constructing a super transmission array was an astronomical figure. Places like the White Valiant region did not have the ability to build a super transmission array at all. Therefore, for Yi Yuan to want to go to the chaotic Devil Sea, he had to pass through a place with a super transmission array. EC City's super transmission array led to a large city in the proximity of the chaotic Devil Sea. Hence, Yi Yuan came to EC City. Not only did constructing a super transmission array need to cost a huge sum of resources, it even required a coalition of several Tier 9 array emperors before it could be completed. EC City naturally did not have this ability. This transmission array was assisted by the Dawn Heavenly Palace to build for EC City in order to strengthen the control over the nearby several major regions. But when Yi Yuan made it to EC City, The transmission array was spoiled coincidentally. What made Yi Yuan depressed was that now, there was already a large group of martial artists held up in EC City. Even if the transmission array were fixed, if Yi Yuan queued up according to the protocol, it would need a month's time before he could leave as well. After all, a super transmission array like this, the essence crystals it needed to expend each time was a rather terrifying figure. This transmission array could only activate once every 3 days. Each time it activated, it could only transport 300 people. Yi Yuan familiarized himself with it earlier. Right now, there were already several thousand people registered. He probably could not leave EC City for a few months. Currently, the surrounding of the transmission array was already sealed off. Far away, some array masters could be seen currently carrying out repairs inside. This brother, I wonder when this super transmission array can be fixed? Yi Yuan secretly stuffed a bag of earth essence crystals to that city guard and asked. The city guard darted Yi Yuan a glance with a profound meaning. Clearly, he did not think that this young man was actually so adept. Only then did his expression ease up considerably. Taking the money, that city guard naturally answered every question. Maybe 10 days, maybe a year. How can I be certain about this? Repairing this super transmission array requires a Tier 9 array emperor to personally take action. Our EC City doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor. Right now, City Lord His Excellency already ordered people to go to Dawn Heavenly Palace to invite a Tier 9 array emperor. But the Tier 9 array emperor is in great demand. Whether he comes or not, what time he comes, it's all uncertain. This was awkward. Yi Yuan was very worried about Long Ting's situation and was not willing to delay even a second. Therefore, he departed on the journey on the second day after he returned to Crimson Afterglow. He did not expect that although he did not delay at Crimson Afterglow, he was held up in this EC City. Like this, I wonder how this transmission array spoiled? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Upon mentioning this, that city guard immediately flared up and said, "Don't talk about it. That Heavenly A.M. Ned fellow. Turns out that he was hunted down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace's elders until here. It was also a coincidence when that fellow arrived here, our transmission array was in a state of activating. That guy killed quite a few people upon making a move and even wrecked the Grand Array." One could tell that when this city guard mentioned that person, a look of fear showed in his eyes. Clearly, that person's strength was extremely formidable. When Yi Yuan heard, he was shocked inwardly too. An existence who could be chased down by the Dawn Heavenly Palace was probably not a good guy. Furthermore, one could tell that from destroying the Grand Array, that fellow was definitely a ruthless character. Damaging the Grand Array from the interior, one could be swept into a turbulent spatial flow at any time. This was going for broke. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to that city guard, "This one knows about array formations a little. Why not let me lend a hand and try helping out?" The city guard was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Forget it. Even though our EC City doesn't have a Tier 9 array emperor, we have some Tier 8 array masters. You take a look at those people inside, they are all Master CLA.SS figures. What help can you, a little brat, offer?" Yi Yuan stuffed another bag of earth essence crystals to him and said with a smile, "Big brother, younger brother has been interested in formations since young. You look, there are so many masters inside. Younger brother also just wished to go in and learn. You look, their age isn't young anymore either. I can always come in handy for some manual labor, right?" Looking at that bag of earth essence crystals, the city guard was clearly somewhat hesitant already. Thinking about it, he said, "How about this, I'll go and speak for you. But whether they use you or not isn't something that I can decide. But this thing," his meaning was very clear, regardless whether it was a success or failure, this bag of earth essence crystals was his. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Don't worry, big brother, Whether it works or not, since younger brother took this thing out, I've never thought about taking it back. Big brother has a hard job here too. Taking it to drink a bit of alcohol to get over your fatigue is also good. That city guard said with a hearty laugh, Boy, you're very sensible. I like you. You wait here. I heard that the transmission array was damaged very badly this time. Master Wu, they all are really lacking manpower. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother. Yi Yuan smuggling inside was naturally not in order to learn. He wanted to fix the grand array. Rather than waiting for that whatever array emperor to come, it was not as fast as getting to work himself. The super transmission array was not one grand array, but combined together from many major and minor array formations. Very complicated. Among these had Tier 9 array formations, Tier 8-2, and even Tier 7 array formations. Those array masters inside right now were all repairing array formations under Tier 9. Tier 9 array formations, naturally only array emperors understood. However, these array formations was not a difficult thing to Yi Yuan. Hence, that was why he came forward of his own accord to offer his services, saying that he wanted to go in and learn. When Yi Yuan looked over at this time, that Master Wu was currently utterly exhausted from overwork. Managing the restoration of such a grand array was clearly somewhat forceful to him. Yi Yuan saw the city guard went up to exchange a couple of words with him, then turned back. Seeing Yi Yuan, the city guard smiled and said, You, boy, are lucky. Master Wu just happened to be lacking manpower and asks you to hurry over. But Master Wu said, if you go over and cause trouble, he'll slap you to death with one palm. Don't blame me for not warning you. Master Wu's temper is very bad. You have to be careful. Regarding this result, it was not out of Yi Yuan's expectations. Super transmission arrays were very complicated. To Tier 8 array masters, it was indeed a little forceful. He swept a glance earlier and knew that inside was really lacking manpower. So with people delivering themselves to the gate, they should not refuse. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, big brother. Don't look at how younger brother is young. My foundations are still very solid. I won't make a mess. Chapter 855. Experts walk among the ma.s.ses. Chapter 855. Experts walk among the ma.s.ses and good that it's solid. If it isn't solid and you annoy Master Wu, the one courting death is yourself too. All right, come with me then, the city guard said coolly. Regarding Yi Yuan's life or death, he could not be bothered. As long as there was money to earn, it was fine. The two people were just about to turn around and leave when suddenly, a clear and melodious voice stopped them from behind. Hey, hey, two big brothers, are you guys lacking people who know array formations here? Turning around to take a look, turns out that it was a beautiful lady wearing a flaming red fur dress. This lady seemed to be even a little younger than Yi Yuan's age. But her strength could not be underestimated. It actually reached 9th level heaven enlightenment already. The girlie looked very pretty. That city guard was still thinking of flying off the handle, but the moment he saw her, he immediately put out the fire. You know array formations too? The city guard asked. The girlie nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice and said with a wide beam, I know. Don't look at how I'm young, I'm a true blue Tier 7 array master. The city guard sized this girlie up and down a bit, his gaze filled with disbelief. Huh? You don't believe? I'll display a move for you to see. The girlie seemed to have suffered some stimulation, casually lay down a miniature array formation. Her technique actually flowed smoothly and naturally. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This girlie looked like she came from a family with profound teachings. Just this move was even stronger compared to quite a few Tier 8 array masters. The city guard's eyes turned intent, and he nodded and said, All right, you come too. The girlie looked at Yi Yuan with a smug smile, and followed along as well. Master Wu, these two, the city guard had yet to finish talking when he was interrupted by Master Wu. You two each set up a miniature tier 5 array formation for me. If you can't set it up, get lost right now for me. Master Wu was clearly very impatient. There were even people coming up to seek guidance from him every now and time and were given a good dressing down by him. Looks like he indeed had a hot temper. That girl's lips pursed and she said disdainfully, "TCH, isn't it just a tier 5 array formation? Watch carefully." As she said, the girlie imitated what was done before, and only used around 10 breaths of time to finish laying down a tier 5 array formation. Master Wu was overjoyed the moment he saw and repeatedly praised, "Good, good, good. A fine mystic crystal dipper formation. You, Lais, Sie, do indeed have some Tao attainment. You can stay. You follow me in a while, I'll tell you what to do." When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Although the Lais looked young, her technique was extremely skillful. To be able to set up a tier 5 array formation within 10 breaths of time, her formation's attainments would not be too poor. Master Wu was an expert. He could naturally perceive clumsiness at a glance. Honestly speaking, he really lacked this kind of people who knew the ropes under his charge to act as an assistant. This girlie just happened to be perfect. "Hey, your turn!" The girlie looked at Yi Yuan sneeringly and said. She was roughly as old as Yi Yuan, and did not believe that Yi Yuan could casually set up such a tier 5 array formation. "Hurry up, don't waste this old man's time. This super transmission array is damaged very badly. We must complete some fundamental array formation repairs before the tier 9 array emperor comes over," Master Wu said impatiently. Witnessing the girlie's methods, Master Wu did not think that Yi Yuan could reach this sort of level either. The mystic crystal dipper formation was a very profound tier 5 array formation. Wanting to finish setting it up within 10 breaths was indeed rather challenging for tier 7 array masters. Yi Yuan nodded his head and made his move like lightning. With this movement, Master Wu and the girlie's gaze immediately sharpened. "This boy is intentionally provoking me, no? It's actually the mystic crystal dipper formation too. This missus doesn't believe that you can set it up even better than this missus." The girlie was secretly displeased. But Yi Yuan's performance disappointed her. 10 breaths. Just nice 10 breaths of time, no more, no less. Yi Yuan similarly finished setting up the formation. Seeing Yi Yuan finish setting up the formation, Master Wu could not help being slightly dazed. Experts in arrays were the same as alchemists, all rare species. To be able to have such formations attainments at a young age was even rarer. He did not think that today he would see 2 of them all at once. The mystic crystal dipper formation, which Yi Yuan set up, was virtually identical with the girlie's. Even the time was grasped just nice. This skill was not what ordinary people could accomplish. "Master Wu done," Yi Yuan said with a slight smile. "Ah. Good, very good. The 2 of you are both pretty good, really not bad. There's a tier 7 child formation over there that's damaged very badly. Not many people here are qualified to take on the duty. The 2 of you go and give it a try. Keep in mind, if you encounter anything you don't know, come and ask me. Don't ruin the array formation," Master Wu said. "All right, Master Wu. We'll get going." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Hey, what are you walking so quickly for? Wait for me." The girlie hurriedly chased after when she saw that Yi Yuan left. The girlie caught up to Yi Yuan and said with an unkind tone, "Hey, punk, did you do it intentionally just now?" Yi Yuan acted dumb and said, "Intentionally? What does miss mean?" The girlie pursed her mouth and said, "Quit playing possum." Similarly, mystic crystal dipper formation, likewise 10 breath. How can there be such a coincidental thing? Own up, did you go easy just now? With Yi Yuan's formation's attainments, how could setting up a tier 5 array formation require 10 breaths of time? The reason why he did it was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to stand out too much. As long as he controlled it at 10 breaths of time, Master Wu could not say anything. Yi Yuan still feigned ignorance and said, "Not at all. I already tried my best before barely managing to complete within 10 breaths. Miss is overly sensitive." The girlie blinked and said, "Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. The Mystic Crystal Dipper formation isn't an ordinary Tier 5 array formation. Completing within 10 breaths, I already performed exceptionally well," Yi Yuan said with a smile. The girlie thought about it and felt that it made sense too, and she said, "Makes sense. Just that old fellow earlier, setting up a Mystic Crystal Dipper formation, is probably around 10 breaths time or so as well. Even if you're any stronger, it's impossible to surpass him too." "That's right. Alright, time is tight. We'd better not lose time and repair the array formation at once," Yi Yuan said. The girlie was startled and revealed a look of panic in her eyes. She quickly nodded and said, "Oh, right, quickly repair the array formation." This set of Tier 7 array formation was an utter piece of cake to Yi Yuan. That La S clearly had exceedingly high attainments in formations Dao too. In less than an hour's time, the two people finished repairing this Tier 7 child formation. He really couldn't tell that you're pretty impressive in array formations. To actually be able to keep up with this Mrs. Speed. I'm called Ding S.H.I plus you? Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan? Really never heard before. This region's famous formations Dao geniuses, I know all. Never heard of your name before. Looks like experts walk among the Ma. Ses. Ding S.H.I plus you thought for a long time and did not figure out who Yi Yuan was either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The divine realm is so large, how many people can you know? Alright, let's report completion of the task to Master Wu." Chapter 856. Secretly Making a Move. Chapter 856. Secretly Making a Move. What? You guys already finished repairing? The two of you weren't slipshod with the task, right? Hearing Yi Yuan duo report completion of the task, Master Wu was startled until he raised his voice. "TCH, how can a mere Tier 7 array formation stump this miss? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look," Ding S.H.I plus you said disdainfully. Master Wu really did not believe and immediately went to inspect the array formation the duo repaired. With this look, he could not help being greatly astonished once more. This Tier 7 child formation was really restored perfectly. He looked at the duo somewhat, not daring to believe it. Wasn't this efficiency a little too high? Tier 7 array formations are too simple. I say, Master Wu, can you give us more complicated array formations? This miss is still in a hurry. Ding S.H.I plus you said. "This. Can you repair Tier 8 array formations?" Master Wu said, rather uncertain. "Of course. Initial stage Tier 8 array formations are definitely not a problem." Ding S.H.I plus you said with a proud look. Restoring array formations and setting up array formations was different. As long as one understood the principle and structure of Tier 8 array formations, Tier 7 array masters were able to do it. Ding S.H.I plus U's basics were very solid. Tier 7 array formations should have been thoroughly memorized in her heart long ago. She might really have dabbled in Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu thought about it, nodded his head and said, "Fine then, Tier 8 array masters' helpers are just kind of short right now. You go over there and help them." Ding S.H.I plus you smiled sweetly when she heard that. Giving Yi Yuan a smug look, she went over in the direction of that group of Tier 8 array masters. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and chuckling. This La S was clearly secretly contending with him. This was insisting on competing with him. That glance earlier was clearly saying, "I can repair Tier 8 array formations, can you?" After Ding S.H.I plus you left, Master Wu asked rather weakly, "Can you repair Tier 8 array formations too?" But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't repair Tier 8 array formations. Master Wu, you go and work first. I'll walk around and see where needs help. Master Wu sighed in relief and said with a nod, All right, then you go around and take a look. There are still quite a number of Tier 7 array formations that require people to help. You see which place needs it, then go ahead yourself. If Yi Yuan could repair Tier 8 array formations too, Master Wu would really have to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Two little brats had this kind of strength. His many years of life was really wasted away. But regarding Yi Yuan's strength, Master Wu was still very certain. Helping to repair Tier 7 array formations, Master Wu felt very safe. He did not plan on bothering about him either. Ding SHI plus you already started work on this side. Tier 8 array formation, it was clearly much more strenuous on her. However, she still paid very close attention to the situation on Yi Yuan's side. Seeing Master Wu come over alone, she still felt slightly disappointed. Since young, she had yet to encounter before an array master in the same age group who could contend with her. Therefore, meeting Yi Yuan today, her desire to prevail over others was stirred up too. Although she was rather confident in her formation's ability, no idea why, she kept feeling that Yi Yuan held back to some extent. Master Wu, why isn't that Yi Yuan coming over? Ding SHI plus you could not help going forward to ask. Master Wu said, He says that he can't repair Tier 8 array formations, so I let him walk around by himself and see which place needs help, then he can go for it. With his strength, repairing array formations under Tier 8 shouldn't be a problem. Logically speaking, Ding SHI plus you should be very happy right now. But don't know why Ding SHI plus you felt that her interest was somewhat waning. The opponent must be comparable in strength and skill for it to be interesting. Finally managed to encounter an opponent, but it was this kind of conclusion. This made Ding SHI plus you feel dull and bored. Like that then I'll get to work, Ding SHI plus you said dejectedly. After Master Wu left, Yi Yuan started strolling all around by himself. Occasionally, when he saw that people needed help, he would go over and lend a hand. It was obviously not that he could not repair Tier 8 array formations, but what he wanted to repair were the Tier 9 array formations. It was just that rashly mentioning that he wanted to repair the Tier 9 array formations, Master Wu definitely would not agree. Therefore, he drove away Master Wu, but he himself slowly moved over towards the Tier 9 array formations there. Really impressive, little brother. I've been doing for a long time here and didn't figure it out either. You solved the problem the moment you came, said a Tier 7 array master, raising a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. This array formation's array element is a bit confusing. Actually, figuring it out isn't hard. You carry on, I'll go over there and walk around, Yi Yuan said. Little brother, over there is the Tier 9 array formations region already, warned the array master. And I know. Tier 9 array formations are not so easy to encounter. I'll go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said with a smile. That array master nodded his head but was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Look at that young man, so studious. No wonder he has such strength at a young age. The Tier 9 array formations area did not have a single person. Everyone was busy with their own work, and no one noticed Yi Yuan's actions either. Apart from Yi Yuan, there would not be people overestimating their own strength to come and repair Tier 9 array formations either. A super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations, speaking in terms of formations Dao, it was not considered very hard. Initial stage array emperors could repair them already. After comprehending the array formations 3 volumes, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Dao scaled new height. Repairing this kind of array formations was naturally nothing difficult. Observing one round around the array formations, Yi Yuan already had a score in his heart about the structure of these array formations. Tier 9 array formation stability was still very strong, so the damage was not too severe. This super transmission array, the most serious damage were still those low-level array formations. This set of Tier 9 array formation, only a section of some small-scale array elements was ruined. It was just that these array elements' structure was very complex and belonged to the scope of Tier 9 array formations. It was very hard for Tier 8 array masters to understand. But these were not a problem to Yi Yuan. Setting up such a large-scale array formation, he could not do it. But repairing this kind of small-scale array formations, it was still not a problem to him. Yi Yuan did not delay much either and directly started to repair these small-scale array elements. Have you all seen Yi Yuan? Oh, he's a young man, a little over 20 years old, Master Wu asked. He encountered a troublesome Tier 7 array formation over at his side, but he could not handle it alone, so he thought of Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan was very new to everyone, he was too young. Placed among this group of people, it was very obvious. Oh, he said that he wanted to study Tier 9 array formations and went over there, the Tier 7 array master that Yi Yuan helped previously said. Master Wu's face turned black and he said, "What nonsense! He, a measly little Tier 7 array formation, learning what Tier 9 array formation?" Master Wu's figure moved, and he arrived at the Tier 9 array formations area very soon and saw a young figure bustling about over there. He immediately flew into a thunderous rage. "Yi Yuan, what are you doing? You actually dare to touch the Tier 9 array formations without authorization. What if you break the array base? Can you shoulder the responsibility? Quickly stop for me. If you still don't stop, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Master Wu originally had a fiery temper. Upon seeing this sort of situation, he immediately flared up. This was a mission the city Lord Paas said to him. If he screwed it up, that would be terrible. Chapter 857. Observation. Chapter 857. Observation. Master Wu's roar startled everyone. Quite a number of people all put down the work in their hands and ran over to watch. The moment Ding S. Hi plus you heard Yi Yuan, she immediately ran over. The moment she saw, she could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan was bustling about on the Tier 9 array formations and was actually repairing the array formations. "Come men! Quickly come men! Capture that punk for me!" Master Wu roared. Ding S. Hi plus you beautiful eyes swiveled around, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Several city guards hastily rushed over when they heard Master Wu's yell. Master Wu ordered, "Capture this brat for me. Break his legs first before talking." Several city guards received the order and were just able to go forward when they heard Ding S. Hi plus you say, "Calm your anger, Master Wu. Look closely, that small-scale array element in Yi Yuan's hand is almost finished repairing." Master Wu was stupefied. Only then did he carefully observe the movements in Yi Yuan's hands and could not help getting a huge shock. "Hold your horses! Hold your horses! Wait a while more." Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear the racket below at all. He just restored the array formation at his own pace. Very soon, that array element in his hand was fully repaired finished. He did not remain and ran over to another array element place to start repairing. The expression on Master Wu's face became incomparably fascinating. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view like he saw a ghost. Although he could not repair Tier 9 array elements, whether the array elements were repaired or not, he could still discern it at one glance. Yi Yuan, he actually repaired the Tier 9 array element? What kind of joke is this? This boy is merely at the heaven enlightenment realm. He can actually repair Tier 9 array elements? Too impressive. This guy is simply a genius. How old is he only? To actually have such heaven-defying attainments in the formations Tao. Heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. Likely, even Grand Yen Divine King did not have such terrifying strength when he was at this age too, right? Could it be that this boy will be Grand Yen Divine King's successor? Yi Yuan repairing a Tier 9 array element struck these array masters dumb with amazement. This kind of breathtaking performance made them involuntarily think of the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng, and carry out a comparison between the two of them. Ding S.H.I. Plus you bit her red lips lightly, her eyes were big and moist as if about to drip water out. This guy, turns out that he completely feels it beneath his dignity to compete with me. He says that he didn't know how to repair Tier 8 array formations was also because he was too disdainful to repair Tier 8 array formations. The goal for coming in was totally for the Tier 9 array formations. At this point, how could Ding S.H.I. plus you still not understand Yi Yuan's objective? Yi Yuan was definitely in a hurry to leave too. So he deliberately sneaked inside for the sake of restoring this super transmission array. A Heaven Enlightenment realm, saying that he wanted to repair Tier 9 array formations would definitely make people laugh their heads off. So he deliberately says to help, then take the chance when everyone was not paying attention to repair the Tier 9 array formations himself. This guy was truly too hateful. His strength was clearly formidable, but he intentionally tied with her. This was an insult to this young lady. Yi Yuan did not know that he had already been inexplicably hated by Ding S.H.I. plus you without rhyme or reason. Still stoning there for what? I'll get your SES back for this old man. If you delay the restoration of the array formation, this old man will give you all a good one. Master Wu boomed. Those array masters watching the show dispersed with a single command, each returning to their stations. When Master Wu looked at the Yi Yuan with his hands full, his gaze was filled with astonishment. After an hour, Yi Yuan finally could not hold on anymore and backed down. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said helplessly, "Restoring Tier 9 array elements really consumes essence energy. Even with my essence energy recovery speed, it's actually a bit too much for me. Setting up the grand array naturally needed to expend massive amounts of essence energy too. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's strength, wouldn't setting up Tier 9 array formations be easily accomplished? Even if it was a measly little Tier 9 array element, the essence energy expended was rather considerable too. Master Wu, really sorry about it. This Yi is in a hurry to leave too, so that's why I resorted to this plan. Please don't take offense," Yi Yuan said with an apologetic look. Master Wu's face flushed crimson red. Being called a master by a person who could repair Tier 9 array elements, how could he live up to it? Don't in front of you, how can I dare to be master, this word? That. And Master Yi, this Tier 9 array formation, Master Wu hurriedly said. Yi Yuan naturally understood his meaning. Nodding, he said with a smile, "This Ye's cultivation realm is too low. The repair speed is a little slow. Give me a day's time, these Tier 9 array formations should all be able to be repaired finish." Master Wu's eyes became wide saucers as he muttered, "A day? What kind of joke of was? Even if Tier 9 array emperors were invited over from Dawn Heavenly Palace, it was also not possible for them to finish repairing these Tier 9 array formations within a day." Yi Yuan actually said that he only needed a day's time? And this was even slow? Master Wu was really speechless. The words that a monster say would really make ordinary people break down. A day's time should be about there. Master Wu, I'll recover for a while first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and went to one side to recover essence energy. Before long, Yi Yuan was BRIMMING with essence energy once more and returned to repairing the array formations. Master Wu followed in Yi Yuan's footsteps, seemingly having some words that he found hard to speak out. Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "Does Master Wu have something you want to tell this Yi? Please stop calling me Master. This old man is Wu Junran. Master Yi, you just call me by my name directly will do. That. Master Yi, when you're repairing the array elements, can you let this Wu observe by the side?" Master Wu said bashfully. Formations were the same as alchemy, both with secretly learning from a master being a taboo. Observing the repairs of array elements at the sides undoubtedly had some suspicions of stealing secrets. Yi Yuan was stunned, but he said magnanimously, "No harm. If Master Wu wants to look, just observe by the sides." "Ah. Thank you so much, Master Yi." Wu Junran gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan. The martial artist world, those who reached first served as teachers. Wu Junran's formations attainments could not compare to Yi Yuan's. Learning from him was also something very natural, nothing to be ashamed about. On the contrary, Wu Junran's strength being lacking, that would be looked down upon by people. To a Tier 8 array master, he wanted to become an array emperor powerhouse even in his dreams. Such a splendid opportunity, how could he miss it? Even the array emperor powerhouse, who hailed from the Dawn Heavenly Palace, would not possibly let him observe the restoration of the array formations at close quarters too. In comparison, Yi Yuan was much more generous. Yi Yuan did not have any taboo areas regarding this. He and Wu Junran did not have any conflicts of interests at all. Even if he really succeeded in stealing secrets, with Wu Junran's comprehension abilities, it was impossible to catch up to him in this lifetime too. Therefore, what harm was there in allowing him to learn a little? Sherry's plus ing one's own old broomstick, that was all something that only those people without confidence would do. Observing Yi Yuan repair the array elements at close range, the shock in Wu Junran's heart became even more intense. When this super transmission array was being set up, he was there. When those Tier 9 array emperors were setting up the array formations, he had naturally seen before from far away too. But those Tier 9 array emperors' skills were actually not as proficient as Yi Yuan's. This Master Yi was too formidable. Chapter 858, Green Sea Mercenary Group. Chapter 858, Green Sea Mercenary Group. For an entire day, Yi Yuan virtually spent it swamped with work. Repairing Tier 9 array formations was also a tremendous challenge to him. His essence energy was depleted fully several times, then replenished back through medicinal pills again. This kind of intensity made Wu Junran unbelievably speechless from watching. But Yi Yuan did not brag. He only used less than a day's time to finish repairing all of the super transmission array's Tier 9 array formations. Done. Along with the final array element being fully restored, Yi Yuan felt rather excited too. Finally leaving this place. Master Yi is truly a genius. Even if a Tier 9 array emperor was here, it's not possible to do it better than Master 2. Wu Junran gasped in admiration. Sup 1/sup this entire day's time. He constantly followed by Yi Yuan's side just like an apprentice. Once in a while, he would even help as Yi Yuan's assistant. As a Tier 8 array master, how long has it been since Wu Junran had this kind of feeling? But this one day's time, Wu Junran learned a lot by Yi Yuan's side. Some areas he did not understand, he would pose questions to Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan would never keep it all to himself either, explaining these problems to him. The more Wu Junran listened, the more terrified he got. In the end, he was even more in awe of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, this Grand Array's core formation's damage wasn't severe. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on what to do as well. Master Wu, now that the Grand Array is already repaired finish, I wonder if this Yi can be the first group to leave or not. Can, of course can. Not only can Master Yi be the first batch to leave, but the fees for passing through this transmission array can also be waived directly. Wu Junran said. Each time the transmission array was activated, the Earth Essence crystals expended was not little. Each person who rode the transmission array had to pay a considerable fee. But with Yi Yuan's contributions, Wu Junran naturally could not let him pay any more. Hey and me. Master Wu, this young lady contributed quite a bit of effort. At this time, the other damaged array formations were already repaired finished too. Probably receiving Yi Yuan's stimulation Ding S. HI plus U restored the array formations like crazy and indeed contributed quite a bit of effort. Wu Junran laughed and said, "Ho, that is of course. Finest." HI plus ing with some preparation work, EC City announced to everybody that the super transmission array was opening up anew. This news made everyone all feel very surprised. They had already made the preparations to stop over in EC City for a period of time. Did not expect that they only used a few days' time to finish repairing. The first batch of 300 people already entered the super transmission array one after another. When the transmission array activated, Yi Yuan and Ding S. HI. Plus you were naturally among them too. Didn't they say that the Tier 9 array emperor had not reached EC City yet? How was this array formation fixed? I heard that it was a young man a little over the age of 20 who finished repairing it. A young man slightly over 20? You have got to be kidding. Hair hasn't even grown fully yet, and he can repair a super transmission array? I originally didn't believe either. But someone personally saw Master Wu, who was presiding over the array formation's restoration, following behind that young man, calling him as a master time and again. This first batch of people already waited for a number of days. They were naturally burning with anxiety. They also each displayed remarkable abilities to inquire about the transmission array's restoration progress rate. But hearing that this super transmission array was actually repaired by a youngster, each and every one of them were incomparably stunned too. These words naturally landed in Ding S. HI plus U's and Yi Yuan's ears. Ding S. HI plus U involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan but discovered that Yi Yuan had a perfectly calm and collected face, as if he did not have any relation with what others were talking about at all. Ding S. HI plus U could not help being slightly amazed in her heart. Other people were praising him by the side, and he actually did not have even a bit of a smug look. This sort of bearing was completely not like what a young man should have. If it were her, she would more or less be a bit pleased with herself at this time. And this sort of feeling would naturally be shown on her face too. Wu Junran originally planned to personally come and see Yi Yuan off, but was rejected by Yi Yuan. Wu Junran coming to see him off personally, these people would definitely know that the one who repaired the transmission array was him. He did not wish to be sized up non-stop by people with eyes like he was a freak. Moreover, this trip to the chaotic Devil Sea, best to prioritize keeping a low profile above all. After all, the chaotic Devil Sea's danger was far from what other places could compare to. The super transmission array slowly activated. The array formation erupted with a dazzling light. Right then, a wave of hubbub suddenly emitted from outside. Boom! The guard who watched over the transmission array was directly sent flying by someone. A figure dashed inside. "Miss, quickly come out. You running away from home secretly. Master is greatly enraged and wants you to return at once." That person saw Ding S. HI plus U in the crowd with one glance and shouted loudly. But the transmission array already activated at this time. That person was completely unable to stop it. Ding S. HI plus U made a funny face at that person and said delightedly, "Humph! You tell grandfather, I, Ding S. HI plus U, can also make my mark without relying on the family." Finished talking, the transmission array erupted with rays of brilliant light. The 300 people inclusive of Ding S. HI plus U and Yi Yuan instantly vanished from sight. When that middle-aged man saw Ding S. HI plus U leave just like this, he stomped his feet in anger. Didn't they say that EC City's super transmission array was broken? Why was it fixed so quickly? No matter how I rushed, I was still a step late. Sigh. Once the transmission array activated, the next activation required waiting until 3 days after. In 3 days, Ding S. HI plus you would have run to goodness knows where long ago. 10 days later, a group of trade caravans with dozens of people were advancing along a narrow, winding trail. Each and every one among the trade caravans was fully armed to the teeth, akin to facing a great enemy. These martial artists among the trade caravans, each and every one looked very intrepid. Looks like their combat power were all not weak. At this time, the trade caravans already entered the chaotic Devil Sea's boundary. Starting from here, they would have to deal with dangers coming from all sides at any time. Elder Brother Lu, I heard that this route isn't very peaceful recently. There are already quite a few trade caravans that were gobbled up until not even bones remained. This trip, we got to be more careful. Don't worry, Owner Yen. Our Green Sea mercenary group is Luo Ding City's strongest mercenary group, not one of. With us around, you can feel at ease. With the Green Sea mercenary group, this Yen naturally feels safe. If not for so, I wouldn't have spent a large sum to invite Elder Brother Lu either. It's just that the things being transported this time is too important. This Yen has no choice but to be more careful. Owner Yen is overthinking it. The other trade caravans being annihilated was either because the strength of the mercenary groups they employed were lacking, or the trade caravans were unable to see through an obvious situation. Our two families have cooperated for many years. We naturally won't make that kind of mistake. These two people talking, one was the owner of the trade caravans called Yen Jun. The other was the leader of Luo Ding City's Green Sea mercenary group, called Lu Yusheng. Luo Ding City was the nearest city away from the chaotic Devil Sea, and also a communication bridge between the chaotic Devil Sea and the outside world. The chaotic Devil Sea needed large ties of goods and materials. All of it flowed into it from places like Luo Ding City. Due to the chaotic Devil Sea being very chaotic, it had its own set of survival rules. Therefore, some merchants did this sort of high-risk transactions like Yen Jun this kind. But the chaotic Devil Sea was very dangerous. These merchants would naturally hire some mercenary group as well to ensure safety. The Green Sea mercenary group was a powerful mercenary group second to none in Luo Ding City. Chapter 859. Yen Ling. Chapter 859. Yen Ling Yen Yusheng was a 9th-level Heaven Enlightenment martial artist. Speaking in terms of this tiny little Luo Ding City, he was already very powerful. Apart from him, the Green Sea mercenary group's martial artists were all veterans of 100 battles too. All of their strengths were not ordinary. Luo Ding City's mercenary group's primary missions were to escort trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea. ACCU mulating year after year, mercenary groups able to survive were all those with very formidable strength. But for so many years, the trade caravans that frequently take this path, they would generally bribe some of the major and minor forces on the way. These small forces in the chaotic Devil Sea were also merely in order to seize some cultivation resources. As long as these trade caravans were generous enough, they would not exterminate everyone either. To these small forces, the trade caravans were like chives they were growing. After growing for some time, they would cut some to eat. It was just that the situation recently seemed to have had some changes. 2 or 3 trade caravan teams previously disappeared on this route incomprehensibly, without leaving behind even a trace. Therefore, the merchants were all on tenterhooks during this period of time. Yen Jun took on a huge deal this time. In order to earn this sum of money, he did not stint to spend a very high price on hiring the Green Sea mercenary group. At present, in a horse carriage of the trade caravans, a woman was holding a 5 to 6 years old little girl in her arms, her eyes filled with lovingness. Master Yi, really thank you so much this time. My daughter's ailment has constantly been tormenting her since birth. We've invited many alchemists before who were all unable to treat her illness. If not for running into Master Yi, my little girl probably wouldn't be long for this world. The woman said gratefully. This woman's name was called Lin Shuang. She was precisely Yen Jun's lawfully wedded wife. And that little girl in her arms was naturally their daughter. The Master Yi in Lin Shuang's words was obviously the Yi Yuan who came far away from EC City. Pas. Sing through several places, Yi Yuan finally went to Luo Ding City. The outside world did not have transmission arrays that led directly to the chaotic Devil Sea. So, wanting to enter the chaotic Devil Sea, one must enter by foot. In places like the chaotic Devil Sea, moving alone drew too much of people's attention. Those martial artists did not care who you were. Murdering and seizing treasures was a frequent thing. Although the chaotic Devil Sea's borders did not have many high-level martial artists either, Yi Yuan did not fear those people. But this way it would be a lot more troublesome. As it happened, Yan Jun's trade caravan needed an alchemist and just happened to be recruiting from the outside world. Yi Yuan came forward of his own accord to offer his services. Even though Yan Jun's remuneration was very high and Body accepted the offer at all. Alchemists' combat strengths were very weak. Following trade caravans into the chaotic Devil Sea was no different from committing suicide. Alchemist statuses in Luoding City was very high. But those who genuinely dared to enter the chaotic Devil Sea were a scant few. Yi Yuan did not have a high-level alchemist's badge. When he came to accept the employment offer, it could not dispense with a series of eye-rolling. But with his strength, after he displayed his skills slightly, it thoroughly convinced Yan Jun. Yan Jun's daughter was called Yan Ling. When she was still in swaddling clothes, she was once captured away by a chaotic Devil Sea's expert, who used special means to injure her meridians. Back then, Yan Jun spent an enormous price before ransoming his daughter back from the other party's hands. But he never would have thought that his daughter, who was ransomed back, would actually end up like this. But that martial artist who abducted Yan Ling was well renowned in this border zone of the chaotic Devil Sea. Even Lu Yusheng did not dare to provoke either. Helpless, he could only invite alchemists with a king's ransom to come and extend his daughter's life. Except that person's methods were extremely profound. These few years, the earth essence crystals Yan Jun expended went beyond tens of millions. But Yan Ling's body went steadily downhill. This time, because of some special reason, Yan Jun husband and wife had no choice but to bring their daughter along. But no alchemist was willing to follow their trade caravan. With no other choice, Yan Jun was forced to recruit an alchemist in Luoding City. Coincidentally, Yi Yuan just happened to be thinking of ways to enter the chaotic Devil Sea at this time. After seeing the recruitment, he took the initiative to join in. Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really remarkable. When I grow up, I want to be an alchemist like you too, and become a master looked up to by tens of thousands. Yan Ling looked at Yi Yuan in admiration and said. Under Yi Yuan's treatment, Yan Ling's mental state was already much better. Compared to the pale and sickly appearance from before, it was simply akin to two different people. Yi Yuan rubbed Yan Ling's small head fondly and said with a smile, Ling is naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence. In the future, you'll definitely be a remarkable alchemist. Yan Ling's bright eyes lit up, and she said in delight, Big brother Yi Yuan, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When has Big brother Yi Yuan lied to you before? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan was really not teasing Yan Ling to make happy. This little girl was of the innate wood spirit physique, a natural alchemist. To alchemists, the most important was fire control and soul force, and the innate wood spirit physique had a natural affinity with flames, possessing an inherent advantage in the path of fire control that others were unable to compare to. But Yan Ling's family was just pas Serbi in his life. He naturally would not express too much. However, when Yan Ling heard it, she jumped up happily. Yay! Yay! Wait until Ling is as incredible as Big Brother Yi Yuan. I'll definitely treat everybody's sickness and not let them be tormented like Ling. Yi Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not think that a little child could actually say this kind of words. Although these words were very childish, it was aspiration. It should also be the lifelong goal of an alchemist. For a 5-year-old little girl to be able to say this kind of words, it could be seen how painfully she was tormented these few years. Even Yi Yuan got a huge shock when he first laid eyes on Yanling. A little girl like this could actually live to 5 years old. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that an infant's meridians had yet to form and were also very fragile. Although that person's methods were extremely profound, it also virtually ruined Yanling's vitality. Logically speaking, it was even considered a miracle for Yanling to be able to live for a year. Along with the increase in age, Yanling's meridians would slowly grow. But this process intensified Yanling's agony even more. If not for running into Yi Yuan, Yanling would be dead for sure. Even Yi Yuan was very cautious when treating Yanling too, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Hoo, Linger can definitely do it, Yi Yuan encouraged with a laugh. Lin Shuang patted Yanling's back and said with tender lovingness, "Go find your father to play. Mother still has some words to say with your big brother Yi Yuan." Yanling nodded her head obediently and crawled out of the carriage. After Yanling left, Lin Shuang's expression became solemn as she said, "Master Yi, I know that it's rather brusque, but I still have a matter that I wish to request of you." Regarding Lin Shuang's behavior, Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He said, "Madame Yan is worried that this trip won't go smoothly and want to entrust Linger to me?" Lin Shuang froze. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually saw through her thoughts already. She nodded her head at once and said, "The owners of those 2 trade caravans who went missing, us husband and wife are very familiar with them. They were both very cautious people. They've already traveled on this route for many years and had never gotten into any trouble. Didn't expect that this time, they finally..."